Welcome, my little couch potatoes, to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Good morning, my little couch potatoes. Oh man, I've missed that song. Oh, I should probably turn off the ringer on my phone. I almost had it fully together this morning. I do not. I never have my ringer on, but today I was supposed to have my bathroom fixed yesterday. And they were like, no, sorry, we got an emergency. So I don't even know if they're coming today to fix it. So it might be at a point where it's noisy and I have to be on mute a lot. I don't know what's going on with my day, which is like my least favorite thing ever. There we go. Now it's on silent. Anyway, good morning, you guys. Almost afternoon. Oh boy, we got Lori Vallow Daybell today, and you guys, I'm so excited about this. It is no secret my disdain for this woman, so I'm going to get a lot of joy from today. Hi, 80s Music Man. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. Lady in Gray, good morning. You guys, if you didn't see our recording of True Crime and Wine Time last night, we covered the Hinter Kaifek murders. It's an unsolved murder, well, massacre really, in Germany from like 100 years ago. But anyway, it's a fascinating case. And last night, the lovely Lady in Gray joined me as a co-host, and I thought she did a great job. So if you guys did watch it, sorry, if you guys did watch it, let her know how good of a job she's doing. You know what, you guys, all morning, let me go back to the contractors real quick. For the bathroom, I told my brother who was here today, I was like, hey, watch these guys show up when I'm about to go live, because that's what happened on Wednesday. And Elbow Feet just messages me and said that they'll be here between 12:30 and 1. That's fun. That's fun. At least we'll already be started in the hearing. So I just probably won't stick around for much afterwards, because it's going to be loud. Like my bathroom is like literally right there. So I can't really hide. They're ripping up the floor. It's going to be loud. Good morning, Kelly P. Good morning. Hope you're doing great, babes. And Polly, good morning. Oh, that reminds me. Polly sent me something that we are going to be reading before this hearing. And it involves Lori Vallow Daybell and her recent interview. She just pisses me off every time she opens her mouth. Oh, Lady in Gray said it was a great time and that she had a blast with me. It was great. It was fun. See, it's not that scary. I'm a little nervous, but not that scary. Oh, there's the lovely Elbow Feet. Good morning, babes. Good morning. Thank you for the heads up there. It's okay. You didn't know I was going to probably be going live. You probably forgot. It's okay. Anyway, you guys. So if you haven't yet, like this video. That way everybody knows that we're live and they know where the party's at, because they're probably like, oh my gosh, where's Couch Court been? Well, I had some life stuff, mostly bathroom life stuff that isn't being settled until today. It's been a whole month of this being pushbackness, which has been very annoying. And then last weekend, Terry and I did our live in-person show in Marion, Ohio. So we had a lot to prepare for that. That was absolutely fantastic and amazing. We met so many great people. I had the pleasure of meeting some family members that were there of the cases that we covered. And that really was the most rewarding thing. You know, to hear a family tell you that they thought you did a really great job covering their loved one's case is just like, oh, it was like the biggest honor ever, you know, because for us, like, I don't really just like to tell like a true crime story. Like, I like to be invested and I like to humanize the victim and talk more about them than just what happened to them. So it was such an honor to get to meet them. And I got to meet some of my internet besties who came in to Ohio to hang out. And that was really awesome. So that's where I've been the last couple of weeks. But guess what, guys? Starting Monday through Friday. That's right. Couch Court in the morning. I don't know exactly what time yet. I got to adjust my schedule this weekend to see, but we are going to cover the trial. We're going to finish our Crystal Rogers coverage that I spent a lot of time, a lot of long hours telling you guys about. But we got the trials of Brooks Houck, her ex-boyfriend, Joseph Lawson. They're being tried together. They already were tried, but they just released footage from the courtroom. So we're going to watch that whole trial. And then we're going to watch Steve Lawson's trial to kind of see the difference of like what really happened in court versus the coverage we saw in the media. And apparently Steve takes the stand. So you can never go wrong when somebody takes the stand. So that's what we're going to be doing for the next couple weeks, you guys. And then we'll see what other trials spring up. So I'm very excited to watch those with you guys, though. Kathy, good morning. Hope you're doing great. You're here. I love that. Love that. Let's see. Okay, you guys. So let's read this article from freaking Lori Vallow. Oh my God, she's just the worst, you guys. Okay, so this is an interview she did. Let me pull the video so that I don't think it's going to start till noon. Anyway, so she gives this interview with Brianna Whitney of Arizona, Channel 5, it looks like. And this was just posted last night, so it's pretty fresh. But let's see what Lori has to say about things. Okay? All right. So it says, Lori Vallow Daybell is set to be sentenced Friday for murder conspiracy in the 2019 death of her husband, Charles Vallow, and the attempted murder of her niece's ex-husband, Brandon Boudreaux. Because if you guys are just now joining us, we covered both the trials of Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux. She's had 2 trials since March or April, I mean. So good job, Lori. Now, Vallow and her now husband, Doomsday author Chad Daybell, are already serving life sentences for the deaths of Vallow's children, Tylee and JJ, and Daybell's wife, Tammy. So, yeah, this is a lot of dead people. If you're not familiar, don't worry. And there's a lot of stuff out there about that. So true crime correspondent Brianna Whitney has interviewed Vallow in jail in person twice because Lori loves talking and giving him interviews. However, Vallow got into trouble with the jail. Oh my goodness. So for her final interview, they could only conduct it via video and phone. So Vallow began by holding up an old picture of her and Chad Daybell. Oh, how sweet is that? Ugh, these people are the worst. Quote, this all ends on Friday. Sentences, this is done. It's really the end of your connection with the outside world. How do you feel about this ending? Asked Whitney. Let's see what Lori has to say. Lori says, I don't feel like it's an ending of anything. It's truly the beginning of work that needs to be done, Vallow said. I was convicted in the media long before I went to trial. You know this. Everybody knows this. Okay, Lori, sure. Whitney goes on to ask, but you have to understand the media coverage came because your kids are dead. And if Chad Daybell had never come into your life, would your kids still be alive today? Lori goes on to say, no, if you understood what actually happened to my children, then you would know that it didn't have anything to do with Chad. Okay. Whitney says, but they ended up dead and buried on Chad's property. I'm like, yeah, lady. So then at this point, there's a technical issue and the video went down and nobody could get it back up and working because that's how talking to somebody in jail goes. It's not great. But the interview continued by phone when the back and forth got interesting about the deaths of Vallow's children, Tylee and JJ. Okay. Whitney says, you told me that Tylee took JJ's life and then her own. How then would Tylee be able to dismember herself and bury herself if she killed herself? Asked Whitney. So, Brianna, My love for my children is internal, and my children are eternal. And they're just in the next phase of their eternal life. And if people understood that, then they wouldn't be so set on things that happened here in this life. What? Lori, are you are you serious? Are you serious? Okay. Okay. Whitney then asks her, but they were killed. So how would she have buried herself if she did it herself? I think people need to know the answer. Well, that's a ridiculous question that anybody could bury themselves, Vallow said. Well, who buried them there? Said Whitney. So we all know that it was Alex, Vallow said. Mm. Okay, but like, why did he cut up Tylee's body? And why did he wrap all of JJ's body in duct tape like a mummy? Why would that happen if that's the incident that really occurred? Okay. Then Whitney asked her, so Alex buried them there. So Alex was the one that killed them? No one killed them. And I'm not going to go into that again. Of course you don't want to go into it because it doesn't make any sense, Lori. Whitney then asked her, did you physically watch your children die? No, I did not. Absolutely. And there's so much going on now, so much going on here in Arizona with the cases and everything. I thought that's what you wanted to talk about. That was it. Whitney says, it's all connected into the same web of what happened. And so we're at the end now, and I want to hear the truth from you. I wasn't there. Tylee was babysitting. I found them afterwards. It was several hours afterwards. It was horrible. It was the worst thing that ever happened in my life. And there's not much more I can tell you about that. You can never be prepared to lose your children. You just can't. There's no worse tragedy. The balls this lady has to say these things is unbelievable. Unbelievable. The worst tragedy, and then that's what your own brother does to your kids. Okay, Lori. Okay. Whitney goes on to say, this sounds so crazy. Yes, it does, Whitney. Yes, it does. It sounds crazy considering you were convicted of killing your kids. Well, I attribute that to the media. I attribute that to media. I don't attribute that to the facts. Vallow laughed. Okay, we all heard the trial, Lori, but okay. Okay. So then Whitney asked in response, okay, so let me ask you this. Did you believe you're smarter than the investigators that handled your case? No, I don't believe I'm smarter than anybody. I've never made that proclamation. I just know truths, and they don't know the truth because they weren't there. Okay, Lori. Okay. Vallow claimed that Tylee and JJ were always going to die young and that they fulfilled their missions. What? I hate this woman so much. So Friday will be her last day with a connection to the outside world to face her sentences for what happened to Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux. After she's sentenced in Arizona, she'll be sent back to Idaho to serve her life sentences for the murders of her children. In case you don't know, Chad's on death row. So Whitney goes on to ask her, on Friday, will you have empathy for Charles's family and Brandon's family, who will get up in court and speak their feelings and their truth? Yeah, absolutely. I have empathy for every human being, and I mourn with those that mourn. I mourn the loss of Charles. People don't understand. I'm not upset with anyone for having the feelings that they have. Okay. I don't believe you, Lori. I don't believe you. Whitney says many of them feel like you are evil. Well, they can have whatever feelings that they want to have. And the truth will be known at some point, said Vallow. But I think most people would argue that your reality is a delusional reality. I think all of us can agree to that, right? Oh boy, here's what she says. You guys prepare yourselves. Well, they can think that if they want to. I mean, everyone is going to find out that that is not true. We're all going to be together, Brianna, you and me and everybody in heaven. When you and I are there, Brianna, you can come up to me and say, "Oh, Lori, you were right." And I'll say, "I love you, Brianna. No matter what you thought, or no matter what you judged me of, or whatever, I love you." Just this woman, delusional as all get out. Now that's all the article. That's all they had to say about that. But I just wanted to share you guys so that way we can really get into the mood we need to be for this sentencing today, because she's the worst. She is simply the worst. All right, let me move that though, so I have that ready to go for later so I can hear it. Okay, so let's read some of the chat's comments because I'm sure there are some great ones. Let's see. Okay, where are we at here? Oh yeah, you guys, if you haven't hit the like button, please do that real quick. Thanks. Kathy says this woman is some kind of mental. Well, she was in Idaho deemed mentally incompetent for a while. She's definitely in Delulu land, but she was able to represent herself twice. So I think she just knows how to play the system, honestly, or thinks she does. She's not good at it. Not good at it at all. Kelly P says, I'm glad this is almost over for the family's sake. I agree. I don't know who's all going to speak out against her. Obviously, Brandon Boudreaux is probably going to. I'm sure that Kay Woodcock, bless her, the most amazing woman on the planet, is probably going to have some words for Lori. Probably it's going to be her last time, hopefully, ever seeing Lori in person, ever. So I know Kay's probably going to talk there. Larry, maybe, I don't know. I don't think he was at the trial this time. Maybe Colby, her son Colby, might say something as well. I don't know. Kelly P, did she get busted for trying to portal out? Yes, that's why she got in trouble. Amos says, boo effing who? Yes. Lady in Gray says, me too, Kelly. Of course, there are appeals and chads are mandatory, but still, we shouldn't have to see them and the families can slam the door shut. Yeah, we won't be, even with appeals, they never go, actually, only the lawyers really deal with those. So thank you, Kelly P, for loving my Germanic reading. I did my best to channel Lori without making myself feel disgusting, which I do feel a little, I didn't like having to say a lot of that out loud. She sucks. She sucks. Kelly, someone needs to fold her up like a taco and send her to space. The taco reference, if you know, you know. If you watch those, her and Chad's Idaho trials, oh, those people are the worst. And that's the thing too, right? We want to believe, Lori wants us to believe that she gave a shit about her children. And the very first line we read in that article is that she held up a picture of her and Chad. Okay. Yes, Lori is vile and a sick person and beyond evil. Yes. What does she believe in? I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't make any sense. Her and Chad are these deities who have existed throughout time, and they found each other in every lifetime. They're gods and goddesses, apparently. I don't know. It's all fucking nuts. It's the craziest thing. Polly says, I can't wait to hear from Kay again. Me too. If you guys didn't catch the trial for Charles Vallow's murder, Kay took the stand, and Lori's representing herself. So after the prosecution's done questioning Kay, they asked Lori, do you have any questions? And she was like, yeah, I do. And Kay's on the stand and she's like, oh God. It was fantastic and amazing. And she did a really good job, I think, with Lori questioning her and being a little reserved, but Kay definitely got some jabs in, and it was amazing. It was amazing. So Kathy asked how many people were murdered and by who? Well, that is a great question, Kathy. So we have the deaths of Tylee and JJ. Well, first, let me back up. The first death that we know of is Charles Vallow, who died in July of 2019. Then in September, at some point, because it's been a while since I've watched the trials, but I don't think we know for sure when was the last time anybody heard or talked, like when they could have possibly died in September. It was not at the same time, though. And I think Tylee was dead before JJ, if I recall. But anyway, so in September 2019, Tylee and JJ are dead, but everybody thinks they're missing. They don't know that at the time. Then in October, shortly, like 2 weeks later, Tammy's killed. Now, I believe it's been proven that it was Chad, because she died from asphyxiation. So I don't think that was Alex, but Alex had tried to shoot and assassinate Tammy. Oh, and then Brandon. Oh, I'm sorry. I did mess up the timeline, because when Charles dies right before that, right, is Brandon? I don't know. But there is the two kids, Tammy and Charles, are all dead. And then Brandon was just shot at. Luckily for him, he's still alive, because I don't know how Alex missed that shot, because Alex sucks probably. Now, why they did to the children what they did, I don't think we know or ever will know. Lori says it was Alex that buried them, which I don't think she's lying about, because they did some cell phone pinging and stuff, and he was in Chad's backyard in that area quite a few times. So I do think it was Alex that disposed of the children's bodies. Excuse me. And then in December of 2019, they decided to exhume Tammy Daybell's body. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Oh my gosh, it's been a while. In December 2019, they exhumed Tammy's body. All right. The very next day, Alex dies. The very next day of apparently natural causes from a blood clot. A lot of us don't believe it was necessarily natural. We don't think that's the right kind of word here, because they were, by that time, Lori and Chad were in like Hawaii. They had already gotten married and all of that. Anyway, it's a whole big to-do. I encourage you to watch it all, but it's incredibly sad. Buffy says, I thought it was they killed the kids because they said they were dark, like they had demons. Yeah, that's like a whole nother thing, is that Lori and Chad would deem people dark and light and give them different names to try to dehumanize those around them. Like just with with Charles, what do they call him? Ned. And that wasn't really Charles, that was Ned. And he was dark and he needed to go. But according to Lori, Tylee killed JJ and then herself. Yeah, no, it definitely sounds like they did. Why would they want the children dead? Good question you asked, said nobody. But I know you're all thinking it. Literally over money. Because JJ got a lot of money from the government because he was severely autistic. So he received disability from that. And then Tylee received, I think she received, what is it when your parent dies? Social Security or something, when you have a parent that dies, because her dad had died also of apparently a heart attack. But a lot of us don't believe he died naturally either. But yeah, Tylee was about to be 18, and it was all over money. All over money. All the deaths. And it's just such a shame. And especially Charles's, like, really, oh, that one's so hard to watch. You can watch his like body cam footage where he was trying to get Lori help, trying to get her to be committed, because he was like, she is crazy. And she is crazy. And they kind of just brushed him off. Like, he was trying to have an intervention to get help, and he was ignored by police, her family, except for her brother, not Alex, the other one. I forget what his name is. Andrew? No, I don't think that's right. But anyway, nobody wanted to help them out. And was like, no, everything's fine. And then guess what? 4 people end up dead in 3 months. So I don't think so. What? You are just in an accident, Elbow Feet? Your truck slid down an easement. Oh my goodness. You're okay? Okay, good. Hopefully, oh my goodness. I hope you're all right. And the truck's all right. That's weird. It would slide down there. But they can be kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Steep. So I'm glad you're okay. Excuse me. So today, Lori's being sentenced for both Charles and Brandon. She's obviously going to get the max for both of those. Now, some people are like, okay, but she's already doing life in Idaho. Why did Arizona push these charges? I mean, because one, Charles Vallow definitely deserved justice for what happened to him, as well as Brandon. You know, he was very lucky that that bullet went where it did, because Alex was literally like 10 feet away. So can she get the death penalty? No, they did not. They did not charge her with a death penalty for Arizona. In Idaho, they had originally charged both her and Chad with the death penalty. But then she is crazy. So she was in a mental health hospital for a very long time, trying to get her to, you know, stabilize for like a good 1.5 or 2 years. Something like that. They ended up taking the death penalty away from Lori and just making it a life without parole. They did not take Chad's death penalty off the table. But yes, wow, way to tell your significant other on the live stream. Well, in fairness to Elbow Feet, he knows I don't check my phone, which is like sitting right here. So I'm sure he's okay. If he wasn't okay, he would be like yelling at me to pick up my phone. So Leading Great says, what's odd to me is that none of them thought a connection could be made of acquaintances who had 2 different people, Brandon and Tammy, connected by Lori and Chad, who were randomly shot at. Yeah, they thought they could get away with everything. Everything. And I don't even know if it's Lori thought that they were smarter. I think it's just they thought they were special and untouchable. They were in this like delusional relationship all around. They were not careful about anything. And they're going to get exactly what they deserve, because they're horrible, horrible people who ruined a lot of lives, because they were greedy. Because a lot of, Brandon's attempted murder was because of money. For one of the Melanies, there's like 3 people named Melanie, and I don't know which one's different from the other. Charles was about money, because Lori thought she was getting like $1 million life insurance policy if Charles died. But she didn't know that he had signed it over to his sister Kay several months before. And she tried to cash in that life insurance policy after he was dead, and she was not happy. She was not happy because they did it for nothing, basically, money-wise. And then, you know, for the kids, she got charged, I think, for benefit fraud. I don't remember the exact name of that, but I believe she got charged for that because of she was pretending the kids were alive and still getting government money from them. So it was always about money. And I think that's why Tammy died as well. Well, I think Chad didn't believe in divorce, maybe. But I also think it was because of money. So Yes, they're deities. Yes, yes. Where are we at? Oh, hello, Angie. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Were you up late watching Big Brother? Because I was up till like 2. And I was like, okay, I gotta go to bed. I don't want to. All right, Melanie's is Brandon's ex. That's Lori's niece, right? Because there's Melanie Boudreaux. She has a different name now. And then there's Melanie Gibbs, who's just a friend of Lori's. And I felt like there was another Melanie. I don't remember, though. There's definitely those two, though. And they were all wrapped up in this weird doomsday cult. And by the way, if you have never read one of Charles's books, don't, or, I'm not, oh, I'm so sorry, Charles. So sorry for saying that. One of Chad's horribly written books. One, don't pay for it. Right? Find some free PDFs on the internet because don't give him any money. I don't even know if money goes to him, to be quite honest. Anyway, they're so bad. They're so bad. It's as if like a 5th or 6th grader wrote them. And he wrote tons of books. And he went on book tours and they had a podcast, the whole thing. And I'm like, if this guy was able to do that, maybe I should write a book. I could definitely do a better job than what Chad. Oh, they're so weird and so cringy. And then he would like write her love stories about them, which are also very cringy to hear. Oh, I'm so glad we're not going to have to deal with them. Lady Grace says Chad's books are so bad. They're hilarious. Yes. And then these people read them and they were like, yeah, let's follow this guy. It's crazy to me. Polly says Melanie Boudreaux is now Melanie Pulowski, hoping charges will hit her next. That's right, because so after they try to assassinate Brandon in July, all right, then all the other deaths happen. Then Lori and Chad get married. Then Melanie Boudreaux marries, I think his name's Ian, if I remember right, Ian Pulowski. I'm pretty sure that's it. And then her brother Alex gets married to Zulema all at the same time. They had these like weird, everybody getting married. It's weird. It's very weird. Sankoda, hey, how are you doing? Hope you're doing great. Long time no see, buddy. Lori's a narcissist. She's evil and crazy. Yes. I agree. Yes, she is awful. Oh, yes. Remember when JT would read with a wig? Yes, I do. Can you believe that's been that many years ago? Because what? Lori's trial was 2 years ago. And then I can't remember. Was Lori's first or was Chad's first? They're exactly a year apart. I know that. I just always get confused which one came first. I think Chad's came first because of her incompetency for trial. I actually saw her oldest son, only surviving child, Colby Ryan, who's a grown man, but still a child, but he's in his 20s. He has his own YouTube channel. I subscribe to it. I encourage everyone else to subscribe to his channel. I enjoy it and to support him because he's in a very, very difficult and hard position. I have the deepest sympathy for Colby. He's a young guy trying to figure out this chaotic mess. I haven't watched all of his coverage of rewatching. He's been rewatching the Idaho trials because he didn't at the time, which is more than understandable. So he's been watching them and they've been interesting to see him learn these things and to process them. And to process them publicly, it is something, but he seems like a really good guy. I wish nothing but the best for him. I mean, even if he has a troubled future or something, like who can blame him? Lori was mom. Oh, there's our seal. Oh, look at that. How many of you missed that Arizona seal? Oh, yeah. I didn't put any of my stuff up today. Jeez. Get it together.
I mean, it's not for summer, so it's sort of starting to get closer now.
Don't worry, I'll get back in the swing of things come Monday. Let's see. Okay, so we think Lori was first because she wanted a speedy trial. Yeah, okay. I can never, I would lose that question in trivia every single time. Yeah, so Lori's was all audio, but Chad's was video, if I remember correctly. And it was super delayed. Oh, Lady in Gray just got your copy of The Man from the Train. Ooh, that's awesome. So that was a book we talked about last night in our True Crime and Wine Time show. It's about this guy named Paul Mueller who could be responsible for numerous family massacres in the United States during the late 1800s, early 1900s. Sounds super fascinating. And he's possibly maybe one of the people who did the Hinterkaifeck family massacre in Germany. And it seems outlandish, but they are strikingly similar. The MO's there. So I don't know. I think I'm going to try to get that book too because it sounds fascinating. And I'd never heard of that guy. But yeah, if you guys need something to watch this weekend, go check out our show last night. It's kind of spooky story. A little spooky. We probably should have saved it for Halloween, but that's okay. Thank you, cameraman, for centering the seal. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's see. What are some of the other So I'm also trying to decide if we're going to cover Donna Adelson. And if anybody's interested in Donna Adelson, let me know in chat or in the comments. That's like the middle of August. So there's that going on. There's some other good trials coming up too. I put them all in my calendar, but I don't want to plan them because if I do, I jinx them. So I don't want to commit to them until it gets closer. But oh, my phone's asleep. Oh, and Wednesday we did watch the sentencing of Brian Kohberger together, and I did go back and watch quite a bit of what I had missed when I had to leave for an appointment. I haven't went through. Oh, that's another thing, you guys. First of all, if you like reading documents, all right, go join our Discord server, the Courtyard. That's where all of us are when we're not live streaming. We also do fun stuff like Big Brother. If you love Big Brother, come there and hang out with us because we literally talk about Big Brother all day. But we also do a lot of true crime stuff, including court documents and whatnot. So they released a whole buttload of court documents for Brian Kohberger. I think well over 300. And there's like 1,700 documents for this trial. It's a whole lot, right? But apparently they released the stuff that was under seal this whole time. So I definitely want to look into that this weekend. They also, and we have these in our Discord, by the way. Also, the entire transcripts from the Richard Allen, the Delphi murder trial in Indiana last fall, all the transcripts are out, and those are what I'm going to start reading first this weekend because that was not televised. And it's definitely a case I'm very passionate about. And I've always been very outspoken about that trial. But we got all of those on our Discord server if you enjoy reading. I mean, I would love to read you guys the Richard Allen transcripts, but they're like 3,300 pages. And I mean, we could, but that would be pretty much all we probably did for what, like a month? Because I think it took me like 9 hours when we were doing Christopher Rogers, and that was like 150. Oh well, no, because we watched some videos too, but they are all there. Maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll do something with them if there's some downtime. But Yeah, it's just crazy. 350 docs or pages. Make sure the volume's okay. Yeah, the volume is on. Do it. Okay, I'll think about it. You guys. And maybe we could just make it like a once a week thing. I don't know. I'll think about it this weekend. If that's what you guys would like, I would be more than happy to. I'm gonna read them anyway. Oh, maybe we could do. I had suggested this to our team. I was like, oh, maybe we could do. Lady and Gray just said it, a table reading, so it's not just me reading the whole time. Maybe, I don't know. We'll figure something out this weekend and see what we can do for you guys. Yeah, I want to read the Koberger ones as well. So I don't know where I'm going to find time to do all these, but there's Buffy with her eyes, girl. Oh, there's Lori. You know what I hate about Lori, besides everything about her? I hate that she has good hair. Okay, she does not deserve good hair. She's been in jail for 5 years, and her hair should not look that good. And it just makes me mad. Yes, the dramatic. Yes, that's fun. Maybe we'll work. We'll talk this weekend. We'll do some brainstorming with the team and see what we can do. You're very interested in Richard Allen. Yeah, I got opinions about that case. But that's okay, because we all have different opinions about different things, and I love that. Kelly says, I'm pissed because my hair won't curl like that. Me either. It won't stay anyway. So like sometimes, like when if my hair's wet, I'll put it up in like a bun and like sleep that way. And then in the morning it's all curly. But then after like 10 minutes, my hair is very heavy. So it just like weighs it down and doesn't stay. So that's annoying. And I hate how nice of hair she has. It's the only good thing about her. Oh, the Koberger docs are very interesting. I'm sure they are. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to read them all. Not in this humidity. Dude, it is so humid out today here. I walked out there this morning. Oh, what is happening? Am I in Louisiana right now? Where am I? It was bad. But I don't have to really go out there today for anything. All right.
Good morning. This is the time set for sentencing in CR 2021-001704, CR 2022-001242, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. Is the state ready to proceed?
Let's go.
Trina Kay, on behalf of the state is ready to proceed.
Get her,
Is the
Trina.
defendant ready to proceed?
Trina's been waiting for this day.
All right.
Get her. I'm going to miss Trina.
Ms. Daybell, it's the judgment of the court that in CR 2021-001704, pursuant to a unanimous jury verdict of guilt, that you are guilty of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. It's a class 1 felony committed in violation of Arizona revised statutes on July 11 of 2019. As to this count, the court also finds that pursuant to your stipulation and agreement on the record following the verdict of guilt, that this is a dangerous offense. The offense caused physical, emotional, or financial harm to the victim, or if the victim died as a result of the conduct that you engaged in, it caused emotional or financial harm to the victim's immediate family. The offense also involved the presence of an accomplice. It is also the judgment of the court in CR 2022-001242, pursuant to a unanimous jury verdict of guilt, that you are guilty of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. It's a class 1 felony committed in violation of Arizona revised statutes on October 2nd of 2019. As to this count, the court also finds that pursuant to the stipulation and agreement that you made on the record following the verdict of guilt, that this is a dangerous offense and the offense involved the presence of an accomplice. It's ordered entering judgment of guilt for each count in each case. Accordingly, the court will make additional findings regarding additional aggravating factors later in these proceedings. I've reviewed the pre-sentence report as well as the state's sentencing memorandum. Is the state ready to present its side?
Yes, Your Honor. First, we would like to have some of the next of kin and victims speak, starting with the 2021 matter. We would like to first call a couple of people who are speaking virtually. Larry Woodcock should be on, no? All right. While we wait to get him, is Bobby Vallow on? All right. We're also saying that's not on. Susan Vallow? Have we allowed people in? Yeah, we did send.
They're hopping on.
Oh,
All right.
they're hopping
Colby
on right now.
Ryan, I think, is the only one.
All right. Well, with that, Your Honor, so we'll start with the virtual. So since Colby is on right now,
Oh,
if
Colby,
we
good
could have
job.
Colby Ryan speak first.
All right.
I know
Mr.
that's
Ryan,
really hard.
if you want to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. My name is Colby Ryan. I'm the son of Charles Vallow, the brother of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. I'm here to tell you what I've lost. Not only are my father, sister, and brother gone, but so is my mother. Starting 6 years ago, the horror began. During the middle of my workday, I was alerted that my father had passed away from a heart attack. I spent the whole day at work in shock. I spoke to my mother and felt that I needed to come and stop by after my shift. After a long conversation, she hesitantly agreed. When I arrived at her house, I found out that what she had told me previously about the heart attack was not the case. My father had been shot and killed in what was labeled self-defense. I saw how my sister fell into my stomach with her emotions and sobbed. My brother JJ was asleep. Afterwards, I came home to my wife, and our young baby sat on the floor and completely broke down. My life would never be the same. My sister was caught up in the middle of this hell. She was only 16 years old. My little brother was barely 7. Within a few weeks, life continued to move quickly. My little brother, in just one day, had his father ripped away from him, and so did my sister. No matter how tough Tylee tried to be, she was scared, and I know she was scarred. She held a burden that no teenager should ever have to endure. My father, Charles Vallow, cared for his family. He took care of our family, and he made sure we had a good life. He was a very generous man, and would give you the shirt off of his back. Here's the reality. In January 2019, I was told by my mother, Lori Vallow, that my father had been unfaithful to her for years. I was just shocked by this news. And Lori's actions sold the story. I naively believed her and thought that my father betrayed my family. Little did I know, it was my mother having the affair all along. She accused others of what she was doing herself. I regretfully decided to stop speaking to my father. On July 11th, 2019, I would be flooded by the reality that my choice not to speak to him would be a lifelong sorrow. What I lost on July 11, 2019 was a father who was trying to help me in life, and a man who wanted to see his grandchild, and someone who wanted to give guidance and love. I lost a father. This affected me in more ways than anyone could ever know. I have to live with the regret of not speaking to him before he was murdered in cold blood. This did not only affect me. My little brother, JJ Vallow, was only 7 years old, and he had autism and had his life picked apart and never explained. One day he saw his father coming to him to pick him up at the house, and then never saw him again. My sister Tylee carried too much responsibility and was put in positions no child should ever have to be in. Part of that responsibility was being told to retrieve Lori's purse inside the house, possibly witnessing her father's body. Here's the reality. Neither Tylee nor JJ had time to even process or grieve. My mother, Lori Vallow, moved them out of state, and only a couple of weeks later, little did we know that my little sister, Tylee, only had 60 days before she would meet the same fate. My little sister must have been so scared, confused, anxious, and broken, and angry, and every emotion you could think of. My little brother JJ would only have 74 days before he met the same fate. He must have been confused, worried, sad, and frustrated without the ability to fully comprehend his feelings. I know I'm here to tell you the effect that this has had on me. In simple terms, each one of my family members was taken from us all in one swoop. My father was gone in an instant, and later my sister and brother disappeared until they were later found in Lori Vallow's new husband's backyard.
Mm.
This has affected me personally. I had to do something I've never done, and that was fight to stay alive after the pain. There are no words for what I've experienced, and I had to choose to fight and to stay alive for my children and for my wife. Now I'd like to address Lori Vallow. She claims to be Jesus's favorite. She claims to lead a spiritual life, and she claims that she loves everybody, and she also claims to have seen Jesus and visited with him. When did Jesus allow us to commit adultery? When did Jesus change the commandment of thou shalt not kill? When did Jesus allow us to steal money from our dead children? When did Jesus tell us to lie our way through life? It must be a very sad life to smile your way through all the pain you've caused. Rather than being able to acknowledge the pain that she has caused, she would rather say that Charles, Tylee, and JJ's death were a family tragedy and not her evil doing. And I will say this, if you want to see darkness, look at the murdering cult that claims God has commissioned their mission to kill my family and others. Quite frankly, I believe that Lori Vallow herself is the family tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Good job, Colby.
Thank you. I
Good
believe
job.
Larry is now online.
Good
Larry
job.
Have
for
him
him.
speak next.
As I said, go follow his
Larry
YouTube.
Woodcock, if you'd like to unmute, go ahead, sir.
I'm
What
sure
would you
he'll
like
be
to tell
talking
them?
about this later. But good for him. He's so brave. That's
Can
so
you
hard
hear
to
me?
do.
Yes, I can hear you.
You did a
Thank
really
you,
great
sir,
job.
and thank the court for allowing me to be present. I truly wish I was there to look the murderers in the eyes. I'm unable to. I will say this. Murderers, you're nothing. You're a murderer. You're a narcissist, psychopath, delusional murderer. I can't tell you the harm that you have caused to our family, but I will tell you this. I know where you're going to be till you die. You're going to be in an 8x6 cell. You're going to have a steel cot. You're going to have a 12x8 desk and a stainless steel toilet. You will have 23 hours a day in there. I hope you spend the rest of your life 23 hours a day regretting your choices, because that's all it was, murderers. It was your choices. You made them. You and your husband, if that's what you want to call him. For what?
Right, Larry?
You murdered Charles. The best thing that was ever in your life for your delusional, narcissistic way. I will never speak your name again, murderers. You will never get anything out of me again in your life. You are nothing. You are nothing. You killed Tylee. Did you enjoy it? Look at me, Lori. Did you enjoy it? Did you dance around the fire like you sent the videos to Chad of you dancing around in your room for him? Did you enjoy it?
I forgot they tried to burn Tylee as well.
And then the most precious thing, a 7-year-old autistic, unbelievably God's present to Kay and I, to Todd. Look at Todd. Turn around and look at him, Lori, because that's the last time you're ever going to hear my name out of your mouth. Look at Todd. Have you said you're sorry? You wrapped JJ's hands in tape. You wrapped his arms in tape. You covered his eyes. And you buried him in 8 inches of ground. Murderous! May God have mercy on your soul, because that's the only thing in life. And don't count on God where you're going. You're nothing, murderous. I can't stand you. I always said, from out of some place you never saw came a sound you never heard. Well, I will not say that anymore. I want you to see and hear everything that's going to happen in your life. I want you to live it 23 hours a day. I despise you. You murdered JJ. You murdered Tammy. I'll always believe you murdered Alex. You're a murderer mistress, murderer. You're worthless. I can't believe 6.5 years of putting up with you. You are not worth it. The 4 murders that you're accused of are only ones that they can prove. Lori, you tried to kill me. I left your house in Hawaii. You tried to kill me going back home. But guess what? I beat you. I'm able to sit here and laugh at you and watch you go to prison. There's others you tried to kill. God bless JJ.
What's that about?
God bless Tylee. And most of all, God bless our family. Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak my final piece to her.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Woodcock.
Good job, Larry. What was the brand new
Your Honor,
information? I had to put my
Susan
dogs
will
away.
be up next.
Okay.
What did I miss?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Susan, one of Charles's older sisters. I'm here to share the emotional impact of Charles's tragic sister's death for me. Charles and I had just started renewing our relationship with each other. One day in 2019 at Kay's house, Charles said to me, "Come see, sis." So I went to see what he wanted. He said, "I'm going to give you a car." And I just about passed out. I told him said, I love you, Charles. He said, I love you too, sis. And we hugged. And these were the last words we ever spoke to each other. Needless to say, because of your selfish, deliberate, and horrifying actions, it's never happened. My brother's love, kindness, and generous nature knew no bounds. He wore his heart on his sleeve. You took all that away from us.
Oh, Larry.
July 12, 2019 changed my life forever. It still hurts to reflect on the day I was told my brother had been taken from the world the day before. You didn't even have the decency to bother with letting our family know of Charles's death until the day after by means of a vague text from one of Charles's sons. My brother's death was a deliberate act of evil and self-seeking financial gain. Your greed has caused so much pain to this day. How could you do such an evil and intentional harm and take my brother's life for money, lust, and power? The pain you caused in having to relive this nightmare, all because you didn't want Charles anymore. He didn't die from cancer or an accident. He was young and had a beautiful life left to live. You took that away. You planned and calculated his death. There isn't a day that goes by I haven't thought of this tragedy which you caused. I will never have another birthday, holiday, or other celebrations in life with my brother. Charles was victimized at the hands of you, Lori, and your accomplices. To do this to Charles, to receive money is sickening. I am disgusted and truly appalled by your evil, selfish, and reprehensible actions. You will miss out on wearing nice clothes, driving what was once your Range Rover, thick, juicy steaks, barbecues, and no more quiet, no more freedom, only rules. I have forgiven you, Lord. When Jesus calls me home, I don't want any of this on my soul. Thank you.
Good job,
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm not sure that Bobby's been able to get on, Your Honor, so I believe next Todd Trahan will be speaking.
Oh. More Angela.
Sir, you want to come up to this
Hi,
podium?
Veronica. I know it's all very, very sad. I hope some of the people are finding, this being the last time they can talk to her. I'm glad to
Todd
hear
Trahan?
how they're talking
Yes,
to
sir.
her.
And what would you like to tell me, sir?
Maybe that makes me a bad person, but I don't care.
I asked to address Lori, if
All
I
right.
can.
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought he said fucking.
Lori,
He said if I can. It's like, oh,
Uncle Charles was a man of God, love. He knew God because he loved everybody around him. I trusted y'all with my family, the only son I had, because I couldn't give him the life that y'all could give him.
oh, this is
I
JJ's
gave him
dad.
up for y'all to raise him.
Oh, wow.
I deal with the regret. I've dealt with I've dealt with the torment of making that choice. I'm here today to forgive you. I know what it's like to be in prison. I was in prison when y'all got the rights to my son. I know what it's like. Once you get done with this court and you go sit in that cell, you got to relive everything that you did. I hope for you that you understand the truth of what God did on the cross, because God died not only for me, he died for the unlovable. People that the world thinks shouldn't, they judge. I hope you understand the truth before you die. You still have a chance. You don't have to live evil the rest of your life. You can turn from that. You ask God to come into your life and show you His love, and it'll transform you. I want to thank the court for letting me get up here and say these things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, good job.
Next should be Crusha
Oh.
Tran.
I'll be right back, guys.
Crusha,
Yes.
what would you like to say?
All right, let's see. My name is Crusha K. Trahan, and I stand before this court today as a voice
Just kidding,
for
nobody's here.
the shattered remains of my family, a family that has been ruthlessly decimated. Not only were lives stolen, but also our peace, our trust, and the very fabric of what a family should be. Charles, my uncle, and my mother Kay's beloved brother, was so much more than just a relative. He was a cornerstone of our family. I remember his infectious laugh, his corny jokes, his unwavering optimism, and his genuine care for everyone around him. He had a way of making everyone feel seen and valued. I gotta catch my breath. One of my fondest memories is how he was always there for my mother, his sister, Kay. Their bond was incredibly strong and they supported each other through everything. He was the kind of man who would drop anything to help someone in need. The news of his death in July 2019 shattered me. And it sent shockwaves through our entire family. It was sudden and incomprehensible. My mother, Kay Vallow Woodcock, his sister, was also devastated. The pain of losing her brother was immense, and it was a wound that has never fully healed. It's hard to see your own mother go through these kind of things because it's something you can't fix. For me, it felt like a light had gone out in the world. We relied on his steady presence and his ability to bring people together. The initial grief was compounded by the horrific circumstances surrounding his death. To learn that his own wife was involved in his demise was a betrayal of the deepest kind. It added a layer of anger and disbelief to our sorrow. The questions of why and how haunted us, turning our grief into a constant ache of injustice. We now know the chilling extent of the premeditation. Records on Chad Daybell's Gmail account show searches for Ned Snyder, 1996, Death, Louisiana, and bodies possessed after original occupant dies, as early as January 28, 2019. This was before Charles was ever referred to as Ned Snyder. This revealed a calculated descent into her delusion. Charles was fighting for his life and for his children's future long before his death.
Yeah, he was.
On February 20th, 2019, Charles called Banner Life to change his beneficiary to my mother, Kay, specifically for his special needs son, and to place a PIN code on his account. He was clearly concerned about someone accessing his account. Just 6 days later, on February 26, 2019, he called again to finalize the change, but couldn't provide a password he had never set. That's how distraught he was. He had never set the password.
Yeah.
I mean, he had set the password and forgot that he had set the password.
I don't know if she's going to say anything or not. Maybe.
Growing angry as he suspected fraudulent access. From March 19th to March 21st, 2019, even while Charles was alive and still married, His wife and Chad Daybell traveled from Idaho to Arizona together, as evidenced by tickets in her iCloud account. On March 21st, 2019, she was back at the Four Points Sheraton in Mesa using their Wi-Fi, all while plotting and believing in twisted narratives. Her so-called spiritual beliefs were nothing more than a thinly veiled excuse for murder, justification for murder. The names used for Charles, Ned Schneider, Heplos, we don't know, were born from Chad Daybell's internet searches. Llama's cellular phone records paint a disturbing picture of the generated belief system, with discussions about Chad's so-called gifts to cast out dark spirits, remove swords, and place spiritual armor. This was all a grotesque fabrication designed to justify heinous crimes. There was talk of healing quicker and reversing age, for Christ's sake. Oh, wow. While actively plotting the deaths of innocent people that trusted her. Perhaps the most heartbreaking detail is the decision Charles made to try and make his marriage work. He truly believed in reconciliation, and he really loved Lori, his wife. He took his wife back into his life, and in a text to his attorney, Taylor, he wrote, quote, "What can I say, Taylor? Love always wins," unquote. These were the words of a man clinging to hope, a hope that ultimately led him to his death. Tylee, my step-cousin, was a bright and blossoming young woman full of life and potential. Even though our family connection was through marriage, she was our family connection. She was always considered one of us. I remember her vibrant energy and her protective nature towards JJ. It reminds me of how I am with my brother Todd. She had dreams of traveling the world and truly living life. She possessed a unique spirit and a kindness that radiated from her. When Tylee disappeared, the initial worry quickly turned into agonizing fear. We desperately hoped for her safe return, clinging to any shred of possibility. The eventual news of her murder was soul-crushing. A stark and brutal end to a life that had barely begun. The pain of knowing her potential was extinguished so violently, it's unbearable. We mourn the experiences she will never have, the milestones she will never reach, and the person she would have become. The world is undeniably darker without Tylee's light. And then JJ, my nephew, my only nephew, was a sweet and innocent little boy who brought immeasurable joy to our family. Joshua Jackson Vallow was born Canaan Todd Trahan. He was born to my brother Todd Trahan and his
Agreed.
longtime girlfriend Mandy Leger in Lake Charles, Louisiana on May 25th, 2012. He was 10 weeks premature and he had drugs in his system. I remember pacing the halls of the labor and delivery floor to see what his prognosis was. And I remember praying and reaching out to friends on social media to ask them to pray too. I remember him having tubes and wires coming out of his tiny little body to help him reach stable balance. My nephew smashed my own doubts and fought so hard to come into this world. And it's no surprise to me to learn how he fought for his life to stay in this world. When his mother, his uncle, and his mother's side piece preyed on a 7-year-old autistic boy and snuffed him out. Think about that. Later burying him in a shallow grave in the backyard of her future husband's property.
Disgusting.
As an autistic child, he had unique challenges, but also unique gifts. His infectious giggle, his love for dinosaurs and planes, and his need for a routine or memories we will forever cherish. I saw a video where he would line up his plushy toys and he would play the drums for his audience. It was so cute. Okay, sorry. My mouth is so dry. I'll never, oh, wait. Or how he sang on my parents' 56 passenger bus and then was joined by his Papa Larry to sing to one another. I'm also blessed to have captured this interaction on film that day. I never knew it would be played by news outlets all over the world when he and his sister Tylee had gone missing. He was a vulnerable and trusting child who relied on the adults in his life for love and protection. The betrayal of trust in his adoption and subsequent murder is a profound and lasting wound. She adopted him to get him out of a bad situation just to murder him? Lori Noreen Cox was an unloved daughter. She didn't even get her own name. She was never allowed to be herself, an individual with her own identity and her own life. She was always told she was someone else, living someone else's life. Her mother, in her grief over losing her infant daughter, convinced herself that Lolly's spirit came back to her in a new body. She convinced herself that she never lost Lolly, but that Lolly was so special she was allowed to come back to Earth again. And then she was convinced that she was Lolly. But the reality is that Lolly was lost. The hard truth is that sometimes infants die, and there's no reasoning and no explanation that makes it feel better. Sometimes babies just die. But her mother couldn't sit with that. She couldn't accept that. And so instead, she taught her that she was Laura Lee. She taught her that Laura Lee must have had such a special mission that her spirit got to come back in her body. She was taught that she didn't matter. She was taught that she didn't deserve to have her own name, her own life, her own identity. She was devoured. And then to make matters worse, she was violated. I don't know when or how or by whom exactly, but she knows. She knows what happened. She knows who did it to her. She may pretend that it never happened, but the memory of it lives in her cells, and she can't ignore it because those feelings come for her, and they find her in the quiet moments she wishes would go away. I know what it, okay, sorry. I'm going to skip. That was, I'm crediting Megan for that. Here's the final plea for justice. The actions of the defendant have systematically dismantled families, leaving behind a trail of unimaginable grief and trauma. My family, especially my mother and my brother, have endured unspeakable pain because of these actions. We lost a brother, a son, and a nephew. And the lingering fear and sorrow inflicted are a constant heavy burden. I implore this court to impose the maximum sentence possible. The defendant deserves to spend the rest of her life incarcerated, held accountable for every life stolen, every heart broken, and every family destroyed. Her calculated cruelty has earned her nothing less than the hardest consequences. Let justice finally be served for Charles, Tylee, and JJ, and I can't forget Tammy. My uncle Charles's last words to his attorney about taking his wife back were, "What can I say, Taylor? Love always wins." In his memory and for the countless lives impacted by these horrific crimes, I hope that justice for once truly wins. Thank you.
Thank you.
I love this family and how much they always include people that aren't their family.
Next will be
You
Kay
know, like
Woodcock.
Tammy and, Tylee. That just shows like how this family is, and they're wonderful, loving people. Get her, Kay. We're here for you, babes.
Go ahead and go up to the podium.
Oh, she's like, I really kind of want to look that bitch in the eye, though, Judge. Can I, though? Look at her. Just looking at her. Get her, Kay.
Can I sit up there? Gotta be here? Okay.
She's like, all right, well, then I'll just turn around and talk to her.
I want you to do. Shut up. It's the one
Oh, they do.
Just be on this one.
Is this her Stephen?
This is whose?
This is yours.
Okay. Okay, anyway, it's okay.
Okay.
Hey, I'll need a water if you can have it. Your Honor, I stand before you today to honor Charles, my big brother. This courtroom is where Charles finally receives the justice he fought for and never saw in life. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Charles was more than my brother. He was the backbone of our family. He was steady, loyal, and endlessly generous. He was the kind of man who showed up for everyone without ever asking for anything in return. When you walked into the room with Charles, you felt safe, you felt valued, and that's what makes this all so unbearable, because the very person who should have cherished him the most, his own wife, betrayed him in the cruelest, most calculated way imaginable. Charles was a protector by nature, the man who would give you the shirt off his back and then ask what else he could do to help. He loved fiercely, laughed easily, and built his life around the simple but powerful values of family, faith, and hard work. It feels right that this trial comes after those for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy, because he was a true Southern gentleman. I know he would have told us to take care of them first.
Yeah, he probably would have.
Lori.
Yeah, girl, get her, Kay.
First, let me say this. Charles is not your husband. I can't do that. Okay.
Trina. Sorry. I know, but still.
Charles is not your husband. Your disgusting co-monster, Chad, is. The Miss Texas pageant, Wheel of Fortune, extra on Modern Family, July 31st, 2023. What do they all have in common? They're all days that failed to make you famous or idolized. Infamous? Yes, but never famous, never idolized. You've spent your entire life chasing cameras, applause, and validation like oxygen, but here you are, exposed, convicted, stripped of the lies you wrapped yourself in. All your interviews, all your attempts to manipulate, triangulate, and control the narrative, even the one released just last night, have failed. The world sees what I saw in 2019 when you abandoned Charles, Colby, Tylee, and JJ to chase that grotesque shadow of a man, Chad Daybell. You call yourself a mother, a wife, a woman of God. You are none of these things. You are a liar, a fraud, and a murderer. Did you think you could charm your way out of this? Do you believe people can't see through the lies? Do you honestly think that you are smarter, holier, or more special than everyone else? You are not. You are an ordinary, plain, run-of-the-mill, middle-aged woman. You keep saying to anyone who will listen that no one understands because they weren't there. So tell me, Lori, what don't we understand? Was it you who shot Charles? Is that why you kept asking during the trial about testing your hands for gunshot residue? Was that your grotesque way of gloating? You murdered Charles. You confessed to the conspiracy. Do you think we all missed that? You took his phone and played a childish game of keep away and then tried to sell the world that this was a good reason for Alex or you to shoot him. And every single one of us sitting in this courtroom saw right through it. That day started a domino effect, except you tipped the first domino and you kept those dominoes falling until everyone was dead. Charles, Tylee, JJ, Tammy, and the wake of devastation you left for Colby, for our entire families, and for an entire community who watched your evil unfold. You asked me during the trial where I was when Charles was murdered. You asked almost every witness if they were there, or if they saw with their eyes or heard with their ears you and Alex conspiring to murder my brother. No, we weren't, but you're right. As much as I hate to utter those words, and if you are to be believed, neither were you. How dare you desecrate the memory of Charles and your children the way you did their bodies? How dare you blame them for your crimes? We all know what happened, Lori. There is no denying it. We've sat in courtrooms, seen the evidence, seen the wreckage you caused. We have listened to the truth tellers. Nothing is taken out of context. Your land of make-believe is just transparent. The facts and the science don't play games. They tell the truth, how many times Charles was shot, at what angles, and how long he'd been dead before 911 was called. The 47 minutes. Because you were busy trying to manufacture an alibi. Science doesn't lie. You do. Detectives, prosecutors, jurors, advocates, the men and women who had to bear witness to this horror, please stand.
Oh,
Chuck Considas, Eric Wheeler, Ron Ball, Ray Hermosillo. They are from Rexburg, Idaho, and they were key in bringing justice to you. Thank you, guys.
yeah.
These individuals bear the weight of directly confronting your actions. They took that burden home to their spouses, children, and sleepless nights. They endured tragedy. You didn't just take our loved ones. You sparked a tragedy that now affects countless families. They understand. They were there, and they worked tirelessly to bring you to justice. Chandler PD never believed your bullshit. They didn't charge you immediately because they were busy untangling your web of deception. So you can continue making claims that no one understands because we weren't there. But make no mistake, we stand perfectly. We understand premeditation. We understand conspiracy. We understand fraud, insurance policies, and false alibis. We understand how long bodies lay in the ground while you danced, vacationed, and manipulated for attention. We understand the cost, emotional, financial, spiritual, that all of us have paid to clean up the wreckage of your delusion. Therapy, lost work, trauma, panic attacks, courtrooms and funerals, ashes and empty chairs. You are so selfish, so pathologically self-centered that you can't even see the shockwaves you created in every life around you. Webster's dictionary defines tragedy as a disastrous event. What happened to my family is precisely that, a series of disastrous events, each one engineered by you. You and Chad built a religion of narcissism, two people drunk on the fantasy of being special, chosen, above the law, above humanity itself. You labeled people as dark to justify murder. You wrapped evil in scripture and called it faith. You and Chad murdered your children and spouses and then hid behind a veil of lies. You are not exalted. You are not translated. You are a manipulator, a parasite, and a coward. You have no remorse. Your deflection is disgusting. Your interviews are manipulative. Your faith is counterfeit. You still talk as if you're somehow misunderstood. No, wrong. You're fully understood. We see who you are, a manipulator, a liar, and a destroyer. And the worst thing is, Charles loved you. He protected you, and you repaid him with betrayal and bullets. You left him dead on the floor and then went shopping for flip-flops and a new life with your apocalyptic con man. You tried to erase him, stealing his phone, twisting the narrative, and lying to anyone who would listen. But the truth doesn't lie, Lori, and now the truth has destroyed you. Lori, you have noticed this courtroom is full. It's not because people admire you. It's not because they see instrument in God's hands. It's because you're a sideshow freak, a murderous carnival act. People come to gawk at the monster who thinks she's divine. They don't come to honor you. They come to witness the wreckage of your delusion and to see justice crush it. You've always wanted an audience, but this audience isn't here to adore you. They are here to watch you fall, to watch you stripped of the spotlight you crave, to see your false crown ripped away. You are not a goddess. You are not chosen. You are not powerful. You just thought you could play God and win. The only legacy you leave is this: you will be remembered not as an instrument of God, but as a pitiful cautionary tale of evil and narcissism. Your life will end behind concrete and steel while the world outside remembers JJ's smile, Tylee's strength, Charles's kindness, and Tammy's light. You will be forgotten, except as the sideshow act you've made of yourself, a monster who wanted to be worshipped, but who will only ever be pitied. But the legacy of Charles, JJ, Tylee, and Tammy is here in this courtroom, a new type of family built on love. Colby and his family, Tammy's family, the men and women who battled evil, all of us united, because as Charles said, love always wins. Finally, I want to say this. You once claimed that no one could judge you because they weren't there. Today, everyone is here. The court is here. Justice is here. And now judgment has arrived. May this sentence be as permanent as the graves you filled.
I loved her line of your faith is counterfeit.
I think
Good
Kay has a
stuff.
letter she's reading.
Okay.
I love you, Kay Woodcock. You're amazing and powerful and inspirational.
Hi, Judge Boreski. My name is JJ Vallow.
Oh, God.
I can't be here today to read this letter because I am dead. I was murdered by the defendant, Lori Daybell, or as I used to call her, Mom. See, there are a whole lot of tragedies that have happened to my family, and all of them are the result of my mom's actions. See, my daddy was the first of the dominoes to fall. The day he was murdered, everything good in my world started to crumble. Actually, that's not true. It started before then. It started when she met her co-conspirator, Chad. She abandoned me for 72 days in early 2019. My daddy, Charles, was there for every bit
Yeah, babe.
every bit of it. He tried so hard to keep me on my schedule. See, I have autism, and that isn't a bad thing. It just means that I needed extra attention and routines because my brain and my body had more energy than you could ever imagine. To help you understand, it might help to tell you about myself.
Me too.
I went to a really cool school and special school called Lawrence Academy. It's Lawrence Institute for Education. And I loved it. I loved my teachers and my classmates. They understood me so well, and I just thrived there. I was able to go to that school because my dad worked so hard and provided me a special education because I am a special boy. I had a best four-legged friend ever, Bailey, my service dog. Bailey went everywhere with me and kept me calm and safe. I loved Bailey so much, but Lori got rid of Bailey after my dad was murdered, but before she murdered me and Tylee. See, my world crumbled without my dad. Without him to protect me, everything changed. She took me out of my school and told my teachers that my dad committed suicide. She told them on my last day of school. She told me too. I cried all day and just kept saying, my dad's not dead. My dad's not dead. With tears rolling down my face. And I missed my dad.
Oh, God.
Now I had lost Bailey, my school. And now
His special needs dog, yeah.
sad wasn't just my dad wasn't just on a business trip anymore. He was dead. Then within the next few days, it got worse. We moved. All of a sudden, I was at Colby's, my big brother's work, telling him goodbye. I couldn't go play with my cousins at Brandon's house anymore. Braxy and Bridie were taken away too. My aunts, uncles, brothers, grandparents, teachers, friends at school, my mama and papa, and Ashlyn, and everything that I knew was gone, all because my dad couldn't protect me anymore. He was my best friend. I loved my dad more than I can ever explain. Lori caused the next tragedy in my family too, the next domino to fall. There was one thing I had left, was my big sister Tylee. She murdered her too. She murdered her on September 8th of 2019, just 59 days after my dad was murdered. Days after she ripped my world apart and took me away from everyone and everything that made me feel safe and secure. Then on September 23rd, 2019, she murdered me. Lori took my dad away. She took away the best man, the protector of me and Tylee. I am dead because she killed him. He never would have let her hurt me, and I know he died protecting me. He took 6 years for me to be able to have a voice, to be here to say what the death of my dad did to me. I am not a domino that fell in her life. I am Joshua Jackson Vallow. I am the son of Charles Vallow. I should be 13 years old now, but I'm forever 7. The impact of my father's death was my murder. And Judge, it is 13 years today that JJ's adoption was finalized.
Oh, shit.
And they moved him immediately right away to Hawaii. And I hope you remember that. I trusted you!
Oh, wow.
Next is Jerry Vallow.
Okay, that was really tough.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My name is Jerry Vallow. Charles is my big brother. And wasn't but a few weeks ago, I was sitting out in my garage with the door open. It was raining a little bit, listening to the fireworks in the distance. And all I could think about was everything I've lost and why.
Yeah, it was.
And I kept making excuses not to write a statement. But the truth is, there are no words big enough for the impact this has had. And yet here I am. I am a veteran. I served honorably. for this country and everything it's supposed to stand for: freedom, independence, and justice. I knew good men that went to war. Some of them came home badly broken. Some came home and couldn't live with the weight of what they carried and ended their lives. Some didn't come home at all. Those men fought for something real, a country with laws that protect the innocent and punish the guilty. That's why I'm here to speak for Charles, my big brother, one of the innocents, because I still believe in that. And Lori shit on all of it. She doesn't deserve to breathe the air those men fought for. She doesn't deserve to sit and play victim when she is the reason we are all here. When I came home from my service overseas, Charles invited me to live with him. He offered a home and support until I adjusted to civilian life again. That's just who he was: giving, loving, supportive, caring. And he was funny, social, and everyone he met became his friends. You couldn't help but be drawn to him. You loved him. He wasn't just my big brother, he was my best friend. We grew up together on the bayous and rivers in South Louisiana, spending countless days and nights camping, fishing, hunting, exploring, and just being kids. We had so much fun. We learned to survive, trust each other, and become men. I miss him every day. He was a devoted father, a teacher, someone who guided and loved his kids with every fiber of his being. All 5 of his children meant the world to him. And he spent his last months fighting for Tylee and JJ because he was a protector. He was a son, a father, a brother, an uncle, a good man. He didn't deserve to die, and he sure as hell didn't deserve to be vilified by the woman that killed him. I keep asking why. Why? Is it about $1 million? He wasn't just a dollar sign to fund Lori's sick game of make-believe. She tried to cash in on his life, and when that didn't work, she brutally murdered her kids for money, and she tried to kill Brandon when he started looking like the next available dollar sign. His murder impacted not only me, but my entire family. She tried to tear us apart, but she couldn't, because we're pretty strong, resilient people. It didn't stop with Charles's death. JJ, Tylee, Tammy, all murdered, and Brandon almost lost his life. Innocent lives were stolen, and we all feel the deep pain and loss, and it hurts and will for years to come. Lori is responsible for all of this. This isn't a family tragedy that occurred randomly. It was a deliberate act of evil. This has never been a mission from God. She isn't an instrument in God's hands. She was sleeping with Chad Daybell behind Charles's back while planning his murder. You know what kind of instrument kills a father in cold blood, buries 2 kids in a pet cemetery, and lies through her teeth while doing it? Called a weapon. And God doesn't use weapons against innocence. She wasn't doing God's work. She was selfish, cruel, and calculated. God didn't send her to commit murder. She used his name to justify evil. That's not God's work. That's blasphemy, plain and simple. She used God's name like a weapon, lied in his name, killed in his name, and now she wants to stand in court and she claims she's doing the Lord's work. She's not some misunderstood woman. She's not some grief-stricken mother. She's not a victim of this story. She wrote her own disgusting make-believe story, and she wrote it in blood.
Yes, she did.
She didn't cry for Charles. She didn't mourn JJ or Tylee, no matter what she says. She erased them. And she didn't give a damn about Tammy. So when she sits there and pretends this is some kind of tragic twist of fate, like she didn't like the fuse, remember that. She didn't just kill Charles. She stole him from everyone who loved him, from his boys, from our family, from me. She didn't just break the law. She pissed all over it and tried to claim righteousness. She started this. She caused this. She wasn't caught in some domino effect. She pushed the first one and kept pushing till there was none left standing. She twisted everything, God, family, and loves. And if she thinks she can twist justice too, don't let her. Don't let her twist away from what she did. She murdered my brother, Charles. Give her what she's earned.
Thank you, sir.
This is a lot more people than I thought that would be speaking today.
Judge, next we have
Which is very
Brandon
interesting.
Boudreaux's family and Brandon who'd like to speak on behalf of their case.
Okay.
I think we were starting with Teresa and Carlson Boudreaux. It's Brandon's parents.
Thank you.
Oh, wow, he's like
On
really
October
tall.
2nd, 2019, due to Lori Daybell's evil actions, our family lost a measure of innocence and security. Lori Daybell's cruel criminal behavior, combined with the inhumane actions of those who conspired with her, nearly killed Brandon. Had they been successful, the world would have lost a remarkable, kind, loyal man. As his parents, we would have lost a remarkable son. His children, our grandchildren, would have lost their stabilizing father. Our children, his siblings, would have lost an amazing brother who helps guide our family through his selfless example. Brandon's genuine love and kindness is evident in his interactions with his family and friends. He truly cares for those around him, and his actions speak louder than words. We thank God every day that evil didn't succeed. As a family, we have mourned with all who have been affected by Lori's inexcusable acts. Lori Daybell and her evil co-conspirators devastated so many families. Her selfishness is responsible for innocent lives lost, taken from this world without any justification whatsoever.
Oh, yes.
She is the author of heartache and sadness. Today, Lori will face the consequences for her part in hurting so many innocent people. The sentence she is given can't undo the damage and pain she has inflicted upon us, but it's important that she be held accountable for her crimes. We would ask the court to keep Lori confined in prison, away from all of us and the rest of society for the rest of her life. As she serves her sentence here on earth, we will continue to stand together and support each other. We will choose to remember those who have gone from us because of her actions with love. As for me and my family, we will continue to heal together. We won't let Lori or her evil acts define how we see the world or our future. We have endured difficult times. During this period of time, we have feared for our physical safety. We've struggled with a myriad of emotions. The stress of being targeted and threatened takes a toll. There isn't a place in our society for Lori or her co-conspirators. Prison is where Lori belongs and where she should stay until she dies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Brock Boudreaux, Brandon's brother.
This is a tall family. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I want to just say how grateful I am that Alex is a terrible shot and that we get to be here today to talk about my brother who's still living. And he's the only one that was fortunate enough to have that. My name is Brock Boudreaux, and I'm the younger brother of the victim, Brandon Boudreaux. I'm writing on behalf of my wife and myself, and I'm here today to talk about the toll that this heinous crime has taken on our lives, as well as the lives of our family. From the moment I found out my brother was having marital issues, I was there for him, trying to help. He was abandoned by his then wife, Melanie, in Utah, with his children at the end of June 2019, and forced to fly back to Arizona. I offered to help him and flew back to Arizona. When we arrived back at his home, we were both surprised to find his wife already home, having driven back to Utah after abandoning them all there. During that night, I helped the children get to bed and allowed my brother and his wife to try and talk and figure things out. Overhearing their conversations, I realized just how deeply involved Lori, Alex, and Chad were in the failure of my brother's marriage. The next morning, I was talking with Brandon, and he told me how happy he was that I was there because Melanie had called her Uncle Alex the night before. And Brandon had mentioned how he was really scared of Alex, and that he was capable of killing someone and had tried before. At the time, I thought my brother was being a bit dramatic. But only a week later, I received the news that Alex had done just that, and he murdered Charles. This was the point where we started beginning to fear for our family's safety. A few months later, the thing my brother had feared the most happened. Alex had attempted to take his life on the orders of Lori. In that moment, our lives changed forever. We could no longer trust that we were safe. We always wondered if someone was coming for Brandon, not knowing just how far these people were willing to go. We were robbed of our sense of safety because of this. We all felt that we needed to get video cameras around our houses, obtain firearms to protect ourselves, and always be watching over our shoulders. As hard as it was for us as his family, I could see how hard it was for Brandon. He was forced to go into hiding, trying to keep his children and himself safe.
Oh, I got a thunderstorm.
The toll this
happening
took
right
on
now.
him was immense. My once fun, energetic, optimistic brother was now a nervous, sad, distraught shell of a man.
It's kind of harsh, but okay.
Our once fun phone calls about future life plans had turned into updates about the case that was proceeding. June 2019 was the beginning of so much sadness in our family's lives. As the story unfolded and things became more public, our family name, being so unique, started to be recognized and associated with the ongoing trials and investigations. I'm a practicing dentist in the state of Arizona, and now I constantly fear of people Googling my last name. Having things pop up about the case rather than information about me or my practice. I would like to think that this has not affected people deciding whether to come and see me or not, but I'm sure it has. Our lives have now become entangled with a story none of us wanted to be a part of. We are forced to have hard conversations with our young children, trying to explain why someone would want to kill their uncle. This has forced us all to watch as Brandon has had to share custody of his children with a woman we all know was involved in his attempted murder. It has forced us to sit back and watch as our name has been publicly defamed and slandered by that same woman. Somehow, she still walks free, but I hope someday she gets the justice she deserves as well.
I think
For
it's
now,
coming, Melanie.
all we ask is that you recognize the pain and suffering that has come from the actions of all the people involved and give a sentence that is fitting. Thank you.
Next is Desiree Smoot, Brandon's sister.
My name is Desiree Smoot, and I am one of Brandon Boudreaux's older sisters. Sorry. It is extremely hard for me to explain just how much my brother means to me and how much the decision of Lori Daybell and others to conspire to shoot him on October 2nd, 2019 has impacted my life and my family's life. Nothing prepares you to hear your dad tell you that someone tried to shoot and kill your brother and that they missed him by inches
The shock, anger, helplessness, and fear you feel is unimaginable. Our lives were completely changed after that day. I saw my brother in person a few days after the attempted shooting.
Me either.
And I will never forget that moment. I can still see him today. His face was so full of fear and shock. He couldn't comprehend what had happened to him. He feared for his life and for his children. As an older sister, there's nothing you want more than to protect your brother, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't take away his fear and pain. I couldn't fix this. I can still hear my brother's voice as he broke down on the phone. He cried to me, asking how he was supposed to explain this to his children when they were older. How was he supposed to tell them that someone who was supposed to love him tried to take his life? The heartache in his voice broke me. I knew that this was a reality that he was going to have to face at some point. The trauma for him and his kids will never be completely over. The following months after the attempted shooting of Brandon, my husband and I lived in constant worry and fear as we tried to help support Brandon and my nieces and nephews. During this time, my husband was called by my dad and asked to rush over to their house because there were people there that we were really scared of. I remember being terrified for my brother, my nieces and nephews, my parents, and my husband. During that time, we also lived in fear that someone could possibly show up at our house. We had my brother and my nieces and nephews at our house quite often, and we had to be so vigilant in being aware of our surroundings because we didn't know if people were going to show up, people that were trying to hurt my brother. The stress and fear greatly impacted my husband and I as we tried to appear normal for our own kids and for my nieces and nephews because we didn't want them to be worried. Our work lives were impacted as we tried to balance our jobs with the stress and fear we were experiencing. I have never known fear like what we experienced for those few months after the shooting. Eventually, my brother was so scared he decided he needed to take his kids and go into hiding because he didn't feel safe. My mom, my sister, and I decided we would split up the time and each go and support Brandon and help with the kids. I took off a week of work and left my own family to try and offer a little bit of love and safety to my nieces and nephews whose lives had been completely changed because of others' choices. Brandon and I worked hard to try and keep everything normal for his kids while both of us were scared and worried. We didn't want the kids to feel our fear, but we were scared. The amount of stress this balance put on us was extremely hard. We both could feel it. I could see the stress and anxiety on my brother. He was trying so hard to support his kids while he trying to find a way to keep them safe.
Look at Lori.
Family means everything to me, and I am extremely protective of mine.
She's not even
I
listening.
have felt so angry and helpless because I haven't been able to fix this for my brother and my beautiful nieces and nephews. My heart aches for the realities my nieces and nephews will have to face as they get older and realize what happened to their dad and how all of this impacted their lives and will continue to impact their lives. It is not fair, and I hate it. I have to talk to my own kids about the fact that someone tried to hurt their uncle, someone they love greatly. These are not things any parent wants to have to discuss with their kids. How do you explain this evil act? How do you explain to them that their cousins who they love so much will forever be impacted by this? For the past 6 years, our family has rallied together during this nightmare, and we have become stronger. We have uplifted each other and supported each other. We have prayed for someone to take accountability, to show a little bit of remorse for the pain and heartache they have caused to Brandon, his children, our family, and all the families affected. We have not gotten that. That is really hard for me to accept. I pray every day to be able to forgive people who have caused so much heartache and pain to the people I love. I am grateful for the justice Brandon found in June. I am grateful for the people who worked for that. Today, I am asking the court to take into consideration how much these acts have impacted my brother and his kids, how much it impacted all of our family and all the other families. Please help Brandon find a little peace as he strives to put his life back together and keep his family safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Danae Boudreaux.
Oh, she did a really good
brother,
job.
sister.
I hope they bring charges against Melanie. Melanie's.
Hi, my name is Danae Boudreaux, and I'm the youngest sister of Brandon. I've always been thankful for the beautiful family that I was raised in. My parents raised us in a home filled with love, laughter, and a belief in our Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm lucky to have meaningful relationships with all 5 of my older siblings. As they have been married and had kids, I had the opportunity to find more room in my heart for their spouses and children. Some of my favorite humans in the entire world call me Aunt May. I share this to help better demonstrate just how hard it was for me to hear that my older brother had been shot at in October of 2019. Being my oldest brother, I've always looked at him as a protector in a safe space. Hearing the evidence that was presented in this case reminded me just how close I came to losing him that day. As terrified as I was to lose my brother, I could not imagine how devastating it would have been to my nieces and nephews had they lost their dad that day. The greatest impact I feared was what would have happened to those children if something had happened to my brother. Over the coming months, that fear and anxiety for his and their safety was a constant in my life. Being one of the few adults he felt safe leaving his kids with, I spent many hours taking care of my nieces and nephews. I purchased plane tickets and used personal days at work to be able to travel and help care for the kids. I was a kindergarten teacher at the time, and I spent time reading with my niece who was in kindergarten that year. I held my brother's kids close and I comforted them during times of uncertainty. I have an unwavering belief in doing anything in my power to protect innocent children. In the aftermath of the attempted murder of my brother, I watched my entire family rally to do just that for my nieces and nephews, protect them.
The judge keeps
We
looking
set
over
aside
at
our
Lori.
own fears and worries to make sure that those 4 children were surrounded with love and security. I forged a special bond with my nieces and nephews, one that I still carry today. Had something happened to my brother that day, this bond would most likely not exist. I've carried fear, anxiety, anger, and sadness in my heart as a result of what happened to my brother. There have been times I've feared for my own safety as I've helped to keep those children safe. Out of respect for my brother and his family, I've stayed silent all these years as we've placed our trust in the justice system to hold all of those responsible accountable for what they did. I cannot begin to imagine what my life would look like today without my older brother and his family. I thank God that while we have been through hell, we didn't have to face that horrific loss. Accountability is essential to human growth. The impact of this act of violence on my personal life, as well as that of my entire extended family, has been
Loud thunder. You
significant.
guys hear that?
Thank you for the opportunity to share the thoughts and feelings that I have carried for so many years.
Thank you.
Next is Jenny Boudreaux, Brandon's wife.
My name is Jenny Boudreaux, and I am Brandon Boudreaux's wife. First and foremost, I want to thank all those that have spent countless hours in bringing justice to not only Brandon, but to Charles, JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. Today, I stand here today as a voice for the pain and lasting trauma caused by the attempted murder of my husband, Brandon Boudreaux, on October 2nd, 2019, a day that none of us will forget. That morning, Brandon was driving near his newly rented home in Gilbert, Arizona, when a bullet fired by Alex Cox under the direction and planning of Lori Vallow Daybell and other co-conspirators missed his head by merely inches. Just inches. One moment, one shot. A moment that should have taken his life, but didn't. And yet, that near-death experience has forever changed his life and mine. When I met Brandon, I saw a man with one of the biggest hearts I have ever known.
Big thunder.
But it was a heart that had been bruised deeply and wounded by betrayal from those he trusted most. To be hunted by people who were supposed to love and protect him, his own family, left scars that go far beyond physical danger. It robbed him of a sense of safety. It shattered his ability to fully trust. It forced him to live in fear. For months, Brandon was living in hiding, moving from place to place, always looking over his shoulder. The people who wanted him dead still were out there, and he knew they were not finished. After the horrifying news of the murders of Charles and Tammy, and especially Tylee and JJ, children he loved and he knew, Brandon had countless sleepless nights. The fear became constant. I will never forget the night when Alex and another showed up at his family home searching for his children and Brandon. The fear I heard in Brandon's voice was like nothing I had ever heard. He believed that he and his children could be killed.
I mean, it's
This
a reasonable
was his new reality.
fear.
These crimes weren't just about money or power or twisted religious beliefs. They were also about destroying families, destroying lives. Lori and her co-conspirators tried to take away a father from his children.
Oh, fuck.
This is a man
Sorry,
who
guys.
sisters
Sorry.
with them, tucks them to
Really
bed
loud
at
lightning
night,
and thunder.
plays games with them, supports their dreams, encourages them,
Sounds like
and
right up my
loves
house.
them with all of his heart unconditionally. He would do anything for his children. Had that bullet not missed, these beautiful children, now my beloved bonus children,
I'm fine.
would
Sorry,
have grown up without a father's guidance, his protection, and his love. No child should ever be denied that. Brandon was deeply traumatized, and yet he continued to show up for his children, for truth and for justice. Even on the first day of our honeymoon, which was meant to be joyful and sacred, I watched my new husband weep in a car after having to identify the remains of a boy he once loved and tried to protect. That boy was JJ, the cousin of Brandon's former wife, the son of the very woman who tried to orchestrate Brandon's murder. That weight, that moment is still and always will be heavy in our lives. He has survivor's guilt. He sometimes wondered why he survived and the others did not.
Oh,
He would say, I would switch places with Charles, with JJ, with Tylee, and even Tammy so that they could live. This is the kind of person Brandon is. He would do anything for the people he loves. Brandon carries emotional scars of attempted murder, betrayal, and loss every day, and yet he remains kind. He remains faithful, and he remains a father that his children are proud of. Today, I am proud to stand beside him
It's
as
so
his
loud.
wife, his best friend, and a witness of his resilience and his courage. The truth has finally come to light. And although it has taken many years to get here, I pray that justice will be served properly. Evil tried to take away, tried to silence Brandon,
cool.
but it failed.
It's my like whole
He is still here. He is still standing. And because of that, so are we. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt
Last will
their
be Brandon Boudreaux.
beautiful
After
words with
Brandon
cursing and being
speaks,
scared of
we'll
lightning.
Need to give the court reporter a short break, so I'm just letting everyone know.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't worry, we're not on any weather warnings, so that's good.
I'm going to read my sister wrote a letter. She couldn't be here. I'm going to read her letter, and I'll.
That's for Donnell.
Yeah, for Danya.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Danielle Hackey. I am the oldest sister to Brandon Boudreaux. 6 years ago, our world was rocked in ways none of us could have predicted. I am not unfamiliar with the criminal justice system. I worked within it for over 10 years, but it had never touched my life personally until it did 6 years ago. I watched as my brother Brandon had his entire life ripped apart with absolutely no warning. I watched him try to pick up the pieces of a life and family he had built and to try to bandage the broken hearts of his children with oh so many questions, while also navigating his own personal sorrow and heartbreak. I held him and cried with him and offered what little advice I could with all the love my big sister heart could give him. Then just a few months later, while I was 7 months pregnant with my third child and returning home from a doctor visit, I had my husband sit me down on the couch and ever so gently let me know that my brother had just been shot at. You see, my dad hadn't called me. He called my husband to tell him so that he could carefully and gently tell me what had happened. My world, as I knew it, was shattered. All of a sudden, I was living in a paranoid, anxiety-filled, fear-driven nightmare. As details emerged and my brother gained more information and knowledge, he reached out to see if he could bring his children to hide at our home for a while. There was no hesitation. We took them all in, but those few weeks were filled with terror. We stayed indoors with the blinds shut and the door securely locked.
Is he not coming?
We did our best to entertain 6 children, ours and his, and keep them happy and as unaware of the situation as possible, while also monitoring our streets for any signs of those responsible for this. I no longer felt safe in my home. Leaving meant constantly checking behind and around me, making sure no one was following or watching us. We were on alert 24/7. Our entire family helped shuffle my incredible brother and his kids around, doing our best to ensure that they felt safe and were being loved and taken care of. This went on for months. Once those responsible were caught, we felt some relief. However, more details continued to merge, and my brother's life continued to get thrown for loops. Our family has come out of this closer, stronger, and more unified. We have held our tongues, never having spoken our truths, so as to allow the judicial system to do what it is designed to do, bring some justice to all of the victims. The big sister and me wanted nothing more than to take care of my little brother and his sweet children. I wanted nothing more than to fix everything and make it right. I obviously couldn't do that. I watched as my brother experienced the most horrible things and do so with grace, love, and humbleness that I don't know I would have had. I am grateful for the example he has been to me. I pray that our family can continue to heal and move on and hold strong to each other as we try to close this chapter. So many lives were impacted by such selfish choices. I'm forever grateful that my brother was spared that day. And I know that for me, I will never be able to go back to being blissfully unaware of the horrific choices people can make for the most unimportant and selfish reasons. Thank you for your time, Danielle Hackey. Your Honor, thank you for giving me my time today and for listening to all these people who are my family now and who have gone through this with me. On October 2nd, Lori Daybell, someone I considered family, conspired with others to shoot at me, an act that not only endangered my life, but it threatened to destroy the sacred family unit that I cherish for my children. Had this heinous crime succeeded, my children would have been left to face a lifetime of grief, robbed of the love, stability, and spiritual guidance I provide as their father. The betrayal by someone connected to my family has left me battling overwhelming emotions over the years. I felt fear, paranoia. I lived with constant vigilance, loneliness, regret, sadness, depression, anger, heartache, and embarrassment. All while striving to remain a beacon for my children. I didn't want them to see. The word family in Latin was used as a word for servant, familia. How beautiful to think of those who are family as those who we serve or who serve us freely without the thought of reward. I try to live this truth every day, serving my children with selfless dedication, nurturing their dreams, teaching them resilience, and providing a foundation of love. Lori Daybell's actions sought to tear me from the sacred role, leaving my children without the father who serves them with unwavering devotion. Trust is something that is intangible. It can almost, excuse me. It can almost be measured in interactions with others by the speed and comfort with which we speak. We can see this inside our families. When it's present, it creates beautiful, safe spaces where human beings can grow and feel loved. As a father, I strive to cultivate this trust, fostering a haven where my children feel secure to grow and express themselves. Had I been killed, this trust would have been shattered, leaving my children vulnerable to fear, uncertainty, and struggling to rebuild the safety that they deserve. I believe the family unit is ordained of God, and as such, it can be the most safe and sacred space we have in this life. I was raised in such a unit by parents who created this for me. And my life's greatest desire is that one day my children will look back and say that I created that for them. This divine calling gives me a drive to provide a nurturing and sacred environment for my children, mirroring the love I received. The choices that were made on October 2nd by Lori and others attempted to end my life. They threatened to rob my children of this God-ordained sanctuary, denying them the legacy and safety of love I strive to build. Research underscores devastating impact of losing a father in early childhood. 20 to 30% of bereaved children develop clinical depression or anxiety, grappling with abandonment. It can hinder their ability to form healthy relationships. My children would have faced these scars and many more. Their sense of security would have been destroyed. The violent act orchestrated by Lori would have taken this. Additionally, children who lose a parent experience academic setbacks, social withdrawal. Studies show that such children face socioeconomic challenges as adults, threatening the stable future I work tirelessly to provide. Besides my children, I have extended family for whom this conspiracy's toll I will never truly know. There's no measurement system for our grief, for our stress, for their pain and their trauma. They carry a burden that was no responsibility of their own. They're good people, all of them. But they showed up. They understood what family meant. They postponed work. They postponed life. They postponed fun. They even put out their own children and their own spouses. I had to ask them and their families to keep me safe and put them in jeopardy. I was scared to stay with them for months after they shot at me and kept trying to find me. I was continually pursued when I asked my new wife to marry me. I had to do so, knowing the burden I brought to our marriage. A life filled with unwanted attention, trauma, from a conspiracy I knew nothing about until it was almost too late. This burden will never go away, but we will learn to deal with it. We can never go back. We can't fix these things. There's no way to make right all the injustice and suffering that we've endured. So my greatest hope is that we can protect others from facing it. I hope those who participated can be removed from a place where they can have a chance to hurt anyone ever again in the future. No one deserves to live a life of fear and trauma. I have friends who stood up and put their lives on hold to help me and my children. I don't know how to convey to you the fear they must have felt to just be involved with me or around me.
Oh.
As others conspired and continued to come looking for me. I can't imagine the impact it had on them after the fact or during, and some of them had to distance themselves to keep their family safe. Finally, this overwhelming toll and conspiracy has had so much effect on those who are called upon to uphold our laws, and to those that I employed to try to protect my family. I would include attorneys, law enforcement, juries, yourself, your staff, all the people who have to deal with this. We've spent countless hours and precious resources from our community's taxes, mine and my family's personal finances, striving to prove exactly what happened, and most importantly, to keep children safe. All of this could have gone to more productive and beneficial things to help others, but it had to be diverted because of selfishness and self-centered conspirations. Your Honor, I'm a believer in forgiveness, and I believe it can be relieving for people to let go of the feelings that I've been describing, to give them away to their Savior, so that there's more room for good feelings and things that can come in this life. I try to practice this. I'm not perfect at it, but I have found relief in it. But I do not believe that this means that we can trust those who commit crimes to continue to have freedom that they had before. I choose to forgive Lori for myself so that I can be able to be a better father to those children I described. Be a better husband for my new wife. A better son and brother to these wonderful people who came. And a better neighbor and friend to those people who were there for me when I needed it most. But I have never seen any remorse or acknowledgement from Lori or any of her conspirators. Only denial, shaming, and accusation. I would never feel safe if she has freedom. I will always fear her for what she would try to do, again, to hurt my family. The trauma of this attack has already shaken my children's sense of safety. It's forced me to fight through pain, and it's forced me to work to restore trust for them in this life that we live. Lori's conspiracy was an assault on the essence of familia or selfless love. It's an assault on trust, and it's an assault on the divine sanctity of what a family is and what I grew up in. I would urge you to recognize this harm, this act that was intended to inflict pain upon myself, my family, my children, who deserve to grow up in a sacred, safe space. And I would ask you to protect us. As I let go of those angry feelings and all of those things, I would ask you to protect us, keep us safe, keep these people who deserve it safe. And I just ask that and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We're going to take a short recess of about 10 minutes. You may wish to remain in the courtroom in your seats, but if you do need to use the restroom, you might want to do that at this time.
All right. Okay, so they're taking a brief little 10-minute break. Good thing is this court, very good about being on time. So it'll probably just be 10 minutes because I'm sure this judge just wants to get it out of the way. So, you guys, that was a crazy storm that just came through. Sorry for getting scared so easy, but it was loud. Very, very loud, if some of you heard that. Good for Brandon to get up there and say what he had to say, as well as all the family of both Brandon and Charles Vallow. You know, one of the things I find interesting about all these people is that while they're all from different families, they really have like come together under very unfortunate circumstances. But, you know, it's just a testament, as, you know, Charles Vallow liked to say, love always wins. You know, when Kay said that, I was just like, oh God, my heart there. Do you guys think that Lori's going to say anything? Because, like, during the Idaho trials, oh boy, you want to get pissed at Lori some more, go watch her sentencing of the Idaho cases where you just want to punch her in the face. Is she going to do that today too? I don't know. Sorry, I thought I heard thunder again. I don't know. I'm a little jumpy right now. Mama Llama says, yes, she can't help herself. I mean, I also thought she was going to take the stand twice and she didn't. So I could see her being like, no, because it's the last time she's going to see and talk to everybody and just not give them the satisfaction, because she's evil like that. Evil like that. She didn't seem bothered by anything today. That is true. She does have to have the last word. So Kelly said, I was just thinking this is the first case that connected us 2 years ago. Time has flown by, right? Yeah. It's crazy. Crazy how long it's been. That's true. Lori cannot read a room. I don't even know if she can read, because if she read Chad's books, I think she should have ran, but you know. There's that. I mean, I do hope she gets up and says something so I can be irate and we can all throw potatoes at her, because she is the worst ever, always, forever. But I do like a lot of the words that the people used today against her. And, you know, Lori always wants to make these narratives, like I read this morning to you guys, where it's fine. Everybody's in heaven. We're all going to get along. And when you get there, you're going to be like, you were right, Lori. I mean, that's delusional. That's delusional. It's crazy to me. I'm so glad to be done, though, with her saga. And it's so sad. I do hope that the Vallow family, oh gosh, can we talk about that freaking letter that Kay read from JJ, as JJ? That was tough. And I'm going to be honest, I'm surprised she was allowed to read it. But, okay. I don't know if this is going to give them any relief. I imagine, you know, they've been tied into court cases for 5 years, 5.5 years. This has been their nightmare. And even though it's now finally closing up, I can imagine then what do you do? At least you had the distraction of court and interviews and speaking with, police and lawyers and all of that. And now you just try to go back to your normal life, I guess. I don't know. I'm sure that the family is going to do more in the name of all of the victims of this, I feel. So we'll see. And yeah, having two sentencing hearings in 1 week is tough. It's tough. Also, quick update. In case you guys didn't understand what Elbow Feet was talking about, during that storm, my contractor showed up finally to do the bathroom. And he said, sorry, can't go inside to work in the bathroom with all the water when the storm is coming through. I'll be back Monday. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I love that so much. I love that. I'm so annoyed right now. I'm so annoyed right now. I'm still going to stream on Monday. We'll make it work somehow. I just may not watch. You guys might not hear my voice enough because it'll be loud. But I don't know what time Monday yet. I'll decide. But we're just going to do it. I'm done. I've been putting our schedule on hold. This whole bathroom thing that we didn't even ask for. So, and I knew this morning. I even told my brother. I was like, I moved everything out of the bathroom because I had to wake up early because my son was leaving to go with his dad early, and the contractors and stuff were supposed to come today. So I got up, I moved everything out of the bathroom, and I told him, I said, I know I'm going to move all this stuff out again, and they're not going to come. Now, I don't like I'm manifesting that into the universe because that's just how things always go for me. But here we are. So great. I'm not moving the things back in the bathroom. Not doing it. Not doing it. They can just sit in my son's room. He's going to be away this weekend anyway. But how annoying. Now I understand, they say like when married couples like redo a house or whatever, that it usually ends their relationship. I can see why. I can see why. What is it? 22 days since I heard that they were going to come and redo our bathroom floors. Ugh. Anyway. Toss the potatoes. Yeah, that was a heck of a storm. We got some other storms coming later. But those were very strong cracks of lightning. Oh, what a day. But I didn't lose power. So that's good. Because I was like, oh, great. Watch that happen too. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Kelly P. Thank you for gifting 5 True Crime and Wine Time memberships. Thank you. Congrats to all of our new members. You get to use fun emojis in chat, and you get to watch our members only content. So if you didn't get to watch our live show in person, Terry and I's last weekend in Ohio, you can go watch it now because you'll have access to that and more to come over the next couple of months. So congratulations. And again, thank you so much for your support, Kelly. You're the best. You want to remodel? No, I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade. I don't like remodeling. I don't like any of it. Don't like any of it. Let's see. What, if anything, is happening anyway? Oh, nothing. Still seal. Sorry. I had it hidden, so I just wanted to make sure that I didn't mute that. By the way, in case you guys were all wondering, Elbow Feet is fine. His truck is also surprisingly fine. I don't know. Let me, if I... Let's see. Is this the one that I changed what it looks like? Maybe? Oh, there's all my Richard Allen trial documents. I downloaded all of them because I was like, somebody's better not take them away. Oh yeah, do you guys want to see Elbow Feet's work truck? I blocked this stuff out, so I think I can share it since we're waiting anyway. So earlier, Elbow Feet came in and said that his car went into an embankment. It like slid into one or something. I don't know, right? So then he sends me a picture of it. Okay, hold on. That is not the right thing. There we go. Let's do that one. Nope. So that was his car this morning, you guys. And you look at that and you think, oh my God, that looks horrible. His car is effed. It is not. It's in perfect condition. Both him and the car are perfectly fine somehow. So I don't know. I don't know how those things work. It's very weird. But he is good. And well, actually, I don't know if he's going to be working for the rest of the afternoon because of the storms. So we'll see. But no, he's fine. His truck is fine. Everything is fine. The camera here, we'll put this on so we can look at Lori's stupid face. She's just the worst.
Please be seated.
Ugh. It's not full screen. Well, I guess I should go use the bathroom now. Jeez.
Back on the record in CR 2021-001704, CR 2022-001242. The state can continue with its presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time, I would like to address the court. Lori Vallow Daybell, in the jury trial for Charles Vallow, told the jury that the case and murder was about a family tragedy. In her next trial, she told the jury, again in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, that this was a tragedy. And while she's been in custody, she has agreed to speak to the media 4 times. And she has again spouted off that this was a family tragedy. A tragedy is a disastrous event, a calamity, a misfortune. Synonyms for tragedy are accident, catastrophe, disaster, misfortune, or mishap. A family tragedy does not involve premeditation. A family tragedy does not involve the intentional killing of a person. A family tragedy does not involve working with an accomplice to commit first-degree premeditated murder. And a family tragedy does not involve conspiring with others to kill. Lori Vallow Daybell has evoked the words family tragedy, but her actions show her to be a cold-blooded murderer. Even more disturbing than Lori Vallow Daybell's attempts to fashion the murder of her husband, Charles Vallow, and the shooting of her nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, as a tragedy, is the way she has twisted religion and fashioned it as a justification for her actions. The reality is this defendant is the same as every other murder defendant. The motives we usually see in murder cases, money, sex, are exactly what motivated this defendant for the murder of Charles and the attempted murder of Brandon. Although this defendant denies it, her text messages and her own actions show that these were her motives. Lori Vallow Daybell's motive for helping to try to kill Brandon Boudreaux was to help Melanie, the woman who called Lori Vallow mom and called Chad Daybell dad or daddy. Just like with Charles, Lori and Chad used their twisted religion to claim that Brandon was dark, possessed, and therefore his death would be justified. Brandon's death would have given Melanie money, the same motive as with Charles. The only difference was this money was for Lori's, quote, daughter, Melanie. The court has presided over these two trials and has heard all of the evidence. The court has accepted the verdicts from both juries. And this court accepted this defendant's admission of statutory aggravating factors in both cases: the presence of an accomplice, the use of a deadly weapon, and for Charles's trial, the infliction of emotional harm on Charles's family. The court is legally permitted to find any other aggravating factors and to give each of them the appropriate weight or value. Emotional harm is a very strong aggravating factor that exists for both Charles's family and Brandon and his family. But how do you give the appropriate weight or value to the aggravating factor of emotional harm? The defendant admitted it exists, but that doesn't provide this court with the facts to really weigh the harm that this defendant sentenced these families to. So I want to start first with Charles's family and their emotional harm. Charles Vallow has 5 siblings. He has nieces and nephews. He has 2 sons from his first marriage, Cole and Zach. He had JJ and Tylee and Colby, and he had so many friends. You've heard from Charles's sisters and brothers. Charles regularly visited them. He talked with them regularly, and each sibling has suffered extreme harm as a result of this defendant. We didn't hear from Bobby today, one of Charles's brothers. When I first spoke with Bobby, he told me a story of March of 2019. Charles was visiting. Bobby talked to Charles, and Charles told him that Lori was trying to kill him and that she was going to kill him for his insurance money. Bobby told me how Charles was crying as he spoke and how difficult it was for him to talk to him about this. Bobby told me how much he misses Charles and that it felt like someone had cut off an arm or a leg. That's the pain that he suffers to this day. When I spoke with Charles's brother, Jerry, I learned how Jerry looked up to his brother and literally followed him around as a child. How they shared a love of baseball, and Charles, who was a semi-pro, tried to help his brother learn to be a better player. This is a loss that Jerry still feels every day. When I spoke with Charles's sister, Susan, she told me a story about how close her son was to his Uncle Charles and the reaction that he had when she had to tell him that his Uncle Charles had been killed, how it devastated him. When I first met Kay and her husband, Larry, I could see the exhaustion in their eyes after going through the trials in Idaho. Kay and Charles were exceptionally close, and it was clear to me that Kay would do whatever was needed to ensure that her brother got justice. And she has been here many, many days. But one of the most disturbing parts of this case that gives so much weight to the aggravating factor of emotional harm and shows how callous, how self-centered, how uncaring, and how narcissistic this defendant is the text messages that she sent to Charles Vallow's sons, Zach and Cole, on July 12th, the day after Charles died. She let them know via a text message that their dad was dead. She wrote, quote, "Hi, boys. I have very sad news. Your dad passed away yesterday. I'm working on making arrangements, and I'll keep you informed with what's going on. I'm still not sure how to handle things. Just want you to know that I love you, and so did your dad." One of Charles's sons texted back, "Lori, what happened?" Lori Vallow knew that Alex Cox had shot and killed Charles, but instead of being honest or caring about his sons, she lied and told them, "We are still waiting on the ME report. I'll let you know more when I can." Charles's sons texted again and again, and at one point, one of them indicated, "You can't just tell us Dad died and disappear." On July 15th, one of Charles's sons texted Lori and said, quote, "Okay, Lori, it's been 3 days. You let us know our father passed away over a text message. 3 days and we haven't heard from anyone. The only information we have is the one text from you saying he passed away. You disappeared after that. We need any information you have. What happened? When did it happen? How did it happen? Where is he now? Are there any funeral plans? We talked to him all the time and now he's gone. He was our dad and we loved him very much. We deserve answers." Lori Vallow Daybell never answered their questions about what happened to their dad. Instead, she lied to them and said she was planning to cremate Charles and take all of them to Hawaii to spread his ashes. Instead, this defendant FedExed Charles's ashes to Louisiana and took Chad Daybell to Hawaii.
Sure did.
This court has heard from just a handful of the people who loved and cherished Charles. There are more in the courtroom and many more who could not be here. Each one of them will never be complete again. This defendant damaged every one of Charles's family members and friends when she helped orchestrate his murder. This court is in possession of lifetime injunctions for Susan Vallow, Jerry Vallow, and Kay Woodcock. The state asks that you sign those and serve them on the defendant. The state also provided to the defendant hard copies of the restitution requested by Kay Woodcock for travel, food, and housing, all the things she had to do to be here in this court. The total amount of restitution for Kay is $8,949.52. The state asks that you order that restitution. The court also heard from Brandon Boudreaux and his family. Brandon survived his attack, but he suffered for months, fearing he would be killed. Brandon left Arizona to hide from Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski. Brandon is the person who tied this case to Charles's murder, and he alerted the police when he saw that Chad Daybell's wife had died, and he knew all of these things were connected. Imagine living in absolute fear that you could be shot and killed at any given time by people who were your family.
Yeah,
knowing
that's
a bullet had
effed
hit
up.
your car just a couple inches above your head. This is the emotional harm that this defendant thrust upon Brandon and his family. The court is in possession of lifetime injunctions for Brandon Boudreaux, and the state asks that you sign it and have it served upon the defendant. Brandon asks to keep restitution open. You will be requesting that later. As I said earlier, the court has to weigh all of the aggravating factors that have been stipulated to by this defendant, all of the aggravating factors laid out in the state's sentencing memorandum, and the aggravating factors expressed to this court by the next of kin and victims against any alleged mitigating factors this defendant might present. There is no doubt that the aggravating factors substantially outweigh any alleged mitigation. The volume and weight of this defendant's actions and the aggravating factors support running each of these defendants' convictions consecutively to the others. because of all of the aggravation, this defendant's actions. The state requests that this court run Brandon Boudreaux's case consecutively to Charles Vallow's case, and that these two conspiracy to commit first-degree murder convictions from Arizona be run consecutively to the sentences in the defendant's Idaho murder case, CR 22-21-1624. Thank you.
All right.
Meaning if she ever gets out in Idaho for any
Defendant like to
reason,
address the court or
then
present
she starts serving it
any
in
witnesses?
Arizona. That's cute.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I remain sitting?
Oh, here we go, y'all. Let's see what she has to fucking say today. Oh, she's got papers. Oh, she's got papers. Okay. Okay, you guys. Buckle up. Here we go. See what dumb shit she wants to say today.
Representing myself at these 2 trials was a constitutional right that I exercised. I could not have done so without my team. Annalena Ramirez, my paralegal, Jeff White, my investigator, and Pamela Hicks and Robert Abernathy, my advisory counsel.
You're not winning an
I
award,
acknowledge their
ma'am.
diligence and hard work in helping me exercise that right. They worked tirelessly, and I appreciate them. Representing myself, I have learned much about the law through this process, and I'm grateful for the knowledge that I have gained. Knowledge is eternal, and it is only love and the knowledge that we acquire in this life that we take with us into the next. I have studied the rules of law, case law, and the like.
She's a lawyer now, you guys.
I was amazed and enlightened as my understandings were completely changed from before I started this process. Before this long court journey, I only had basic understanding of the judicial process. I was of the understanding that both parties would be able to get up at a trial and each tell their side of the story, but I soon learned that the rules of law do not allow that.
Actually, they do.
The process is much more complex than that. It is not designed for that, although the Constitution of the United States was designed for that.
You ain't learned shit,
The
Lord.
rules of law negate most of that. As a defendant, I was precluded from calling several witnesses. Other witnesses for the defense were precluded from testifying things that they did witness. As a defendant, I was precluded from asking law enforcement specific questions. I was also precluded from admitting documents that the state turned over to the defense as discovery. The founding fathers of this country did not intend for the rules and laws of trial that have been implemented into this justice system to make it impossible for the accused to defend themselves. Their objective was quite the opposite. They advocated for a fair and impartial and speedy trial. It was never their intention for people to be sitting in jail for years and years waiting to be tried while the state continues to try to gather new evidence against them. This is what our unjustice system has become. Men and women sitting in jail for years and waiting to be heard. The constitutional right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness thwarted. My case is not unique. There are many here in Maricopa County that have been in jail almost 10 years waiting to be tried. The conditions of this jail are not for long-term confinement. You do not have access to direct medical care. You do not have access to proper nutrition. You do not have
Oh, look
access
at
to
her.
sunlight. You do
Vigilante.
not have access to decent dental care. In fact, when you have been in Maricopa County Jail for 1 year, they come to your door and offer you a vitamin D supplement because you have not been in the sun in a year. Imagine this for years. It is inhumane. The state of Arizona, according to the laws, since I am a prisoner from another state, only had 90 days in which to give me 2 speedy trials. That's 3 months. I arrived here at MCSO on November 30th, 2023. That is over a year and a half, 20 months specifically. That is over 6 times the amount of time it should have taken for me to have these 2 trials. But Arizona leaves this law up to the judge's discretion, and the judge has the power to extend your trial at his will.
She's a victim, you guys.
Even though the 6th and 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States proclaims otherwise. 98% of all cases in Maricopa County end in plea deals where the accused plead guilty, and I'll tell you why.
It's so miserable in that jail that they plead guilty so they can go to the prison and have decent food, decent sunlight, and a chance to live. 2% of all cases in Maricopa County that actually do go to trial, of all the cases that actually do go to trial, only 0.2 end in acquittal. That is 1 out of 1,200 people who go to trial go home.
That's actually not the correct stat.
Is that a system designed to convict you? The rules of law governing trial assure that. As you witnessed in my 2 cases, the judge supports the state to achieve this outcome. So here we are. The state of Arizona has accomplished its intention. 1, to extradite me from Idaho. 2, to convict me. And 3, to add to my ledger of lifetimes. The state used countless taxpayers' money to transport me, house me, millions of dollars to wrongly convict me on 2 charges that they made sure judicially that I could not defend myself against. I know political aspirations, raises, and job promotions were at stake. So congratulations. I was convicted in the media long before I went to trial. We all know that there was no way for me to come to Arizona and get a fair, impartial, or speedy trial. And now that fact has been proven. The state of Arizona brought me here when I was already serving 5 life sentences. Now I will serve 7 life sentences. Will that be enough?
No.
Will that be enough?
It's not.
I want everyone to know that I mourn with all of you.
Bullshit.
I am sorry for your pain. Losing those close to you is painful, and I acknowledge all of the pain, and I do empathize. I feel it too. If I was accountable for these crimes, I would acknowledge it, and I would let you know how sorry I was. But I have witnessed for myself what it is like to leave this mortal existence and return home when I temporarily died in the hospital giving birth to my daughter, Tylee. When our spirit leaves our body and we return to the pure energy state in the spirit world, we immediately no longer feel hate, anger, envy, or resentment. I promise you. We come to earth to experience these emotions, but these emotions are immediately replaced by a blissful, heightened sense of peace, love, joy, and well-being. The moment our spirit leaves our body, we feel more alive than we ever did on earth. And we have deep empathy for those we have left behind. We do not want our loved ones to grieve or be sad. We know that they will because that's a mortal experience, but they come to comfort us. We immediately know the minute you leave your body, you are aware of who you are, why you came to earth, and that we will all be together again soon, and that this separation is only temporary. All of the cares and pressures and problems immediately melt away. And after comforting our loved ones, we move on with our eternal life, continuing to pursue knowledge and wisdom and understanding in eternal progression. Heaven is a very busy and happy place where everyone is engaged in projects that they love to do.
Yes.
That includes Joshua, that includes Tylee, that includes Tammy, that includes Charles. No one there, none of these people are seeking revenge or justice. So although we miss our loved ones, and I do too, I assure you that they are busy and happy and peaceful. I have felt the kind of contentment that they feel now, and I try to duplicate that here. So whether I'm giving 5 life sentences or 7 life sentences, I will continue to try to uplift and help and strengthen those around me. It does not matter where you serve on earth as long as you do it with love. It doesn't matter if I'm given 7 lifetimes or the death penalty like my husband. What things look impossible to man are easy for Jesus. Jesus tells us in the Bible not to judge, but this whole entire justice system is just that.
She literally judged people to
So I
get
want
them
you to
dark and
watch,
light. But okay.
because God will show the world great miracles. I will continue to love everyone I come in contact with, and I will turn this battle over to God. If this is God's battle, then the math doesn't matter. 7 lifetimes or the death penalty doesn't matter. God's miracles will abound. When a soldier goes off to war, he is a soldier. When a soldier comes back from war, he is a warrior. And Jesus is in the prisons. He is turning his soldiers into warriors. For the prisoners shall go free. Sometimes victory doesn't look like victory until it's finished. Prisoners who have been told that they will never go free will be free. And I want you to expect miracles, and I want you to watch for them, because you will see.
Okay, Lori.
We fear not what man can do, because God's warriors surround us. When the battle is relentless, and this one has been for over 6 years, remember, God is building his army of warriors in the prison system. He is turning Sauls into Pauls. When Jesus is sending his servants into the prisons to prepare his warrior team, we will be there only until this purpose is complete, and then the warriors will walk free. We are redeemed by Jesus Christ, so we are free right now, but his chains will break. Prison walls will fall. The power and majesty of God will be revealed. When Jesus is ready, he will call his warriors from the prisons, and we will walk free, and we will serve him. I will quote Moroni, the great prophet, from Moroni 8:16, and he says, "Behold, I speak with boldness, having authority from God. I fear not what man can do, for perfect love casteth out all fear." And in Ether, Moroni says, "And now, if I have no authority for these things, judge ye. For ye shall know that I have authority when ye shall see me, and we shall stand before God at the last day."
Oh, wow. Look, you didn't get the applause. Nope. She is the fucking worst.
In this day and age where truth seems to matter little to our talking heads on the news and to our politicians, I'm proud that this trial court, and through our jury trials, we draw on the collective wisdom of jurors to determine the truth. As I said in my jury instructions to the jury, it is their job to determine the truth. The defendant spent several minutes talking about statistics and being prevented from presenting her side, and that is not the truth. Maricopa County is a court of innovation. We virtually screened hundreds of jurors, and we kicked off jurors from service that had ever even heard of Lori Vallow. So when she says that she couldn't get a fair trial in Maricopa County, that is not the truth. Your cases involved 24 separate jurors who deliberated and reached verdicts on these 2 cases. They represent a broad cross-section of society, which means these 2 verdicts represent the decisions of our community, not the view of a single person, not the view of a single prosecutor, and not the view of a judge. The collective decision-making of juries helps to reduce individual biases and errors in judgment. 12 jurors in the first case unanimously agreed that proof beyond a reasonable doubt established you conspired to kill Charles Vallow. And 12 separate jurors in the second case, again with no prior knowledge of you whatsoever, no knowledge of your notoriety, unanimously agreed you conspired to have Brandon Boudreaux killed. Many people have asked why the state bothered to extradite you and bring you to Arizona given the sentences that you received in Idaho. Trials are not just about seeking accountability or punishment from those who have committed crimes, but to give the victims of crimes justice and acknowledgement of the impact of being a victim. Justice demands not only recognition of the pain inflicted, but a firm response that upholds the dignity of every victim harmed by the actions of someone who has shown blatant disregard for humanity. You've left a wake of destruction stretching from Louisiana, across Texas, Arizona, up to Idaho and back again.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime a person victimizes a single individual, the ripple effects of their actions extend far beyond the immediate harm. And you have not victimized just a single victim, but many. You've shattered lives, you've undermined trust, you've sowed fear in the hearts of many. I can't imagine what Brandon and his family went through for those months, hiding, Charles's family wondering who's next. Is someone coming for them? Jenny said a lot of the things I was already going to say to you, Brandon. I'll just touch on a couple of them. I had wondered during the trial whether you suffer from survivor's guilt, and she confirmed that for me today. I also remember looking at you in the back of the courtroom trial, and just, you have this look about you of a wounded individual. I hope you can heal someday. To Charles's family, I just wanted to share with you that I'm sorry for your loss. Charles seemed like a great all-around guy. One of the exhibits that was put up during the first trial, I noticed something. He and I share the same birthday.
Oh.
So I'll remember him on my birthday.
That's kind.
I've seen many, many cases in my career where someone faces a long prison sentence for what amounted to one split-second bad decision. You are not that person. The amount of contemplation, calculation, planning, manipulation that went into these crimes is unparalleled in my career. Your powers of manipulation are profoundly destructive, one that undermines trust, distorts truth, and can erode the very foundations of healthy relationships and society. The impact of your manipulation has been devastating, insidious, and far-reaching, and perhaps still unknown. One can't help but wonder if Alex died as a result of the extraordinary burdens that you placed upon him. No one will ever know. You preyed on the vulnerability of those around you, JJ, Tylee, Alex, Melanie, others. And today I heard about Colby. You specialized in exploiting the empathy and goodwill of others, turning those virtues into tools of control and harm. I think that over time, as a result of being subjected to your manipulation, those people lost their sense of self and their ability to distinguish truth from falsehood. In the face of such profound damage, a long prison sentence is not merely a punishment. It is a necessary affirmation that our society values justice, protection, and the sanctity of human life. You just referenced a Bible verse or a verse recently about the prisoners shall go free. That is not a literal verse. That is a verse about people that accept Jesus can be in prison and they will go free when they die and go to heaven. But it will take an act of God for you to go free. In short, you should never be released from prison. Eventually, the camera that you seek out so much, the media requests, will lessen over time and you'll fade into obscurity. The state has requested that I find additional aggravation. The court does find that in CR 2021-001704, The offense was committed in the expectation that you would receive pecuniary gain. In the CR 2022-001242 case, the court finds the emotional harm suffered by Brandon and his family to be immeasurable. The sentences on those aggravating factors alone will be justified. The state also asked to find an aggravating factor of a prior felony conviction within 10 years
She got all
of
of
this
those.
offense. However, I'm hesitant to do that just because of the way that statute reads, that the offense had to be committed before the date of the offense on these two crimes, which it wasn't. So the court will decline to find that aggravating factor. However, as I said, the substantial amount of harm to the victims and the victim's family, emotional, financial, and otherwise, are immeasurable and justifies consecutive sentences. Ms. Vallow, what's your position on Ms. Woodcock's restitution request of $8,949.52?
I just received it from my advisory council and I'd like to get a chance to look at it. So I know that the restitution from Brandon hasn't been turned in yet. So we'll look at that and I can discuss it with my advisory council.
Would you want to waive your appearance for a restitution hearing in the future and have your counsel handle that?
I don't see why I couldn't appear by Zoom.
I think my request would be just to leave, not waive her appearance at this time, but if there ends up being some restitution hearing, I can reach out to her and decide if she wants to be here for that.
I'm not going to have her extradited from Idaho for a restitution hearing if she wants to appear. So that's my issue here. She may be able to appear virtually. I don't know.
Because at this time, we don't have the restitution from Mr. Boudreaux, so.
All right.
All right, so
I'm going to set
how
a
can I make
status
this
conference regarding restitution
complicated?
as to Kay Woodcock. We'll set that in a few moments. If you agree to it prior to that date, we'll vacate it. If not, we'll have to talk about setting a restitution hearing. The court will also, at the request of Brandon Boudreaux, issue a lifetime injunction that prevents you from having any form of contact whatsoever with him for the rest of your life. The court will also issue an injunction on behalf of Susan Vallow, Kay Woodcock, and Jerry Vallow that likewise prohibits you from having any form of contact with them for the rest of your life. You'll be served with those injunctions later today. In each case, it's ordered that you pay a $9 victim compensation fund assessment, a $20 probation assessment, a $2 victims' rights enforcement assessment, and a $13 criminal penalty assessment. Although it's largely symbolic, the court's going to impose the maximum fine allowable for each case. It's ordered that you pay $150,000 fine plus a 78% surcharge on each case. Those total fines on each case is $267,000.
Damn.
I know the law says that you can't financially benefit off your crimes, but in the event that somehow you did, those restitution amounts or those fine amounts are out there that can be paid. As to count 1 in CR 2021-001704, the court orders you to be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 25 calendar years. This sentence would run consecutively to the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho in Fremont County, case number CR 22-21-1624. As to count 1 in CR 001-242-001, it's ordered that you be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 25 calendar years. That sentence also, due to the number of victims you've created in the two cases, the immeasurable harm you've inflicted on many, it's ordered that that run consecutive to CR 2021-001704. Because these sentences are consecutive to one another and consecutive to the Idaho case in which you are currently serving a sentence, you're giving 0 days credit for time served. You have the right to appeal from the orders of the court and to have a lawyer represent you. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. If instead you want to represent yourself in your appeal, you must file a written waiver no later than 30 days after the filing of your notice of
I hope she
appeal.
does so we can read the randomness.
If you cannot afford copies of the necessary records and transcripts, they would be provided for you at no cost. If you want to appeal, you must file a notice of appeal within 20 days of today, or you lose that right. If you want to petition for post-conviction of relief, you must file a notice within 90 days from today, or within 30 days after the appellate court issues a mandate affirming the judgment and sentence in your direct appeal, whichever is later, or you would lose that right as well.
Homegirl ain't ever
This order
getting out of
remanding
jail.
you to the custody Department of Corrections effective today to carry out those sentences. We're at recess.
That was a really good sentencing from the judge there. I enjoyed his words. Bye, Lori. Yeah, he's like a really good judge. Oh, yeah, she is. That she is. I loved how she was like, I'm a lawyer for Jesus and for the people in prison. Oh, did you see her wink?
Everyone out now.
That bitch. Oh, I hate her so much. Oh, gosh, what with that? Oh, look, we got to use my new gavel that Terry True Crime made me. Oh, look. Boop. That case is closed. Bye, Lori. She will never be getting out of jail. So just to clear up what the judge said, she got life in prison with no parole for Charles Vallow. And then she got life with parole, minimum 25 years for Brandon Boudreaux, which makes those were slightly different charges. So that one probably had to allow for a parole, whereas the one for Charles did not. And those don't count until after she's done serving the 4 life sentences in Idaho. She said 5, but I feel like it's only 4. Could be 5. So she's got to do each one of those consecutively. Then when she's done there, or as she gets out, then she has to go back to Arizona and do the other 2, one right after another, not all at the same time. So she is never getting out of jail ever. And I love that for us. I love that for us. And I love that for her. Oh, thank you, Top X. Well, thank you for being here. We watch trials together, do true crime, all that fun stuff. Next week, we'll be starting the trial of Brooks Houck and Joseph Lawson, who were responsible for the murder and disappearance of Crystal Rogers, which is a case we've been deep diving all month. So that is what we will be doing next week. So if that's your bag, come here. We have a lot of fun, and it's nice. We're just a small little group over here in our corner of the internet, and so glad that you found us. That's right, one of us. One of us. And you can watch me be scared by lightning and everything else that I get scared about. Yeah, so Lori's little spiel there was insufferable. It was very reminiscent of how she was when she was being sentenced in Idaho, where she had the audacity to say that what happened to JJ and Tylee was God's doing. What? Yeah. Go listen to it. I'm going to be even more pissed off than the BS she said today. Oh, it's infuriating. It's infuriating. I do not like this woman at all, but that's okay. She's gone for good. And I'm glad we read the article of what she said in the interview yesterday. We'll all just meet in heaven. It'll be fine. There's nothing wrong. We'll all be there. It's going to be amazing. Like, what? And to sit there and say, oh, I have empathy, really? Because it didn't, even though we couldn't really see your face during the sentencing, the few times we got your side of profile, it didn't look like you gave a shit. So yeah, no, that's not what empathy is, Lori. I think you're wrong about that. I also liked how she was like, I have learned so much about the law. I don't think you did. I don't think you have, and I don't think you will. Oh, thank you on Top X for the super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Oh, you're going to be here with welcome new fans. I love that. I love that. Oh, you guys. I'm glad that the Lori saga is over. I really am. It's such a heartbreaking story. I don't know. It's one of the most effed up cases all around. And then when she was like, what was it she said about the that only God can judge. After you and Chad were assigning people as light or dark. Oh, okay. So but you guys did that, and that's why half these people are dead, because you decided to judge them as though you're God. It's very confusing. Somebody asked earlier in the chat, I think it was Kathy, asked what religion Lori is. Well, I know that she was LDS, Mormon. LDS is that for many years. However, what her and Chad were into is not actually they're their own extremist. It's not really close from my understanding of things. So really, she's kind of in her own little religion bubble. Remember, her and Chad have lived lifetimes together. That's right, lifetimes. They've been reincarnated every single time, which is interesting because they are gods and goddesses, which is very confusing when she then talks about God and Jesus. So it's very confusing to try to figure out what all they actually believe in, because I find a lot of it to be very contradictory, but I'm also not really much of a religious person. So, but no, whatever it is that her and Chad are into is nuts. They were excommunicated by the church, which is a very big deal. We did hear some of that in the trial where they were trying to get that to Charles and Brandon. That was trying to happen to them, where they were scared that those two were going to get them kicked out of the church. Anyway, it's a whole thing. I'm not going to pretend I understand that life and culture that's going on there, but I can tell you though, whatever they're into is, I mean, they thought people were zombies and that demons were taking over their body, and they gave them, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's and they would have started a cult. They had every intention, I believe, of starting a cult. That's why they all paired off and got married right away, and just crazy stuff. And yeah, today I think we really saw the ripple effect. You know, a lot of people don't really maybe realize. Today I didn't even really realize Brandon's situation and that fear that he lives in all the time. I mean, that makes sense. These people would have killed him and his children even. So I can see him legitimately being afraid, and then all of his family members. I mean, it looks like they are setting up for a interview press conference, but the news is just setting up their microphones. So that'll probably be like 15 or 20 minutes probably. I do want to watch that because we all know Kay is going to come out and have words to say, as well as Roger, Charles's brother, and Kay's brother. They were very vocal after she was found guilty in the other ones. So, as they should be. Unlike us, we're an intentional community. It's true. We do have our own portal. Oh, heliotrope. That's right. Oh, it is. Look at that. I'm just kidding. It seems exhausting trying to run a cult, right? Because everybody's wanting to talk to you all the time. You got to make all the decisions. It sounds exhausting. Ugh. Studied many cults. It almost seems like sacrifice. Yes, I think so too, Kathy. I think so too. I miss Kay saying Lori tried to kill her too. Oh, I thought that was Larry. Oh yeah, I hope they bring that up again. Because I don't recall ever hearing that in the last several years. And maybe they'll ask Kay to clarify in this interview. I think they will. Yeah, Lori and Chad are two of the most disgusting people on this planet. Oh, swinging. Yeah, she will. I think it was Larry definitely said something like that because I had to leave to go to the bathroom and stuff. And I came back. Y'all were talking about something, so you let me know. I didn't hear Kay, but that doesn't mean she didn't say it. So look at them setting up all those microphones. Oh, you guys can't see. Oh, here, I'll show you. There you go. That's all they're doing right now. Yeah, that was new info. So were they saying like when they went to Hawaii before? Are they saying like before Charles was killed? Or I can't remember. Did Kay and Larry go out to Hawaii when the kids were still missing? Is that when? Okay, so after all of that, I could see that being the case. They probably didn't have enough to prove it, but they know. Meaning the Woodcocks know. Because they certainly would have. They were fine with freaking killing everybody. It's crazy. Here, we'll do that for now. And Colby. Oh, her oldest son, Colby. I said earlier today, if you're new here right now or just joined us, Colby Ryan, Colby Ryan, is Lori Daybell's oldest and only surviving child. He's in his 20s now. He's a wife and a kid, and he has his own YouTube channel that he started around the time of these trials, and he's been rewatching the Idaho trials of what happened to his siblings, and it's very emotional to watch with him. It's some part of healing journey he's on, and him being the first person to speak today to his mom was very, very brave, and I can't imagine having to say those words. I think both him and Brandon do have a bit of that survivor's guilt, which they absolutely shouldn't. They absolutely shouldn't. But it's what happens to a lot of people in those scenarios. So I certainly don't judge them for that. And I hope they're able to release that pressure and guilt from themselves, because they shouldn't. They shouldn't at all. Oh, who's knocking at my door? Hold on, guys. You're listening to me. Sorry, you guys. That was an elbow feet coming home. He is okay. Would you like to say hi, babes? Your shirt's too green. The green screen's
I'm not even real.
That's nice. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Good.
And the truck? There's not even a scratch on the truck.
That's right. We can talk about it later, though. Now, what was I saying? Oh, Kathy says, this is such a horrible case. Never realized how horrible it was. Yeah, it's really, really bad. Especially to the children, and what they did to their bodies is unforgivable. Like, why would you desecrate their bodies like that? You know, because Tylee, and sorry to go graphic, but if you don't know, Tylee was the older one. She was 17, I think. They don't know how Tylee died, if I remember right from the trial. Again, I might be wrong on a few facts. It's been a couple years, yo. But they ended up dismembering her. We'll just put it that way, dismembering her. And they tried to burn her as well. And that didn't work out for them. So then they just put all of her into the ground. To hear those details in court, oh, it was tough. That was really tough to hear. And then JJ, I believe was asphyxiation as well. I'm pretty sure. And they like wrapped his whole body in duct tape. Just why? It's not great. It's not great. Top X says, I don't get how being around her, you don't know she was crazy, especially with her beliefs. I mean, just watching her TV interview recently, I could tell at once, and that's what's so sad about Charles Vallow's murder, because if you haven't seen the body cam after we're done with this today, you should go, because I already showed them to people. But Charles is trying to get Lori help, like get her institutionalized. He's going to the police and he's like, she's not well. She's, saying all this crazy shit. Like, I'm really kind of worried about this. And they kind of brush him off. He's very desperate in those videos. You can tell he's very desperate to get some help, to get some answers of what's going on. And it is so, so sad to watch, because then he dies pretty much right after that. And it was like, if somebody had just listened to him and taken him seriously, maybe all of these lives that were lost could have been avoided. And I'm not trying to put all the blame on, it is difficult to get an adult institutionalized, but like, yeah, she's the craziest person I've ever heard talk ever. And it's just so, so sad. Oh, Lady in Gray says, and Lori just says, you weren't there, you don't know. Yeah, she's the worst. Her interview with Nate Eaton was nuts. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was. Oh, Nate, bless him. Talk about an amazing reporter. Nate, Kay, and Larry Woodcocks. I mean, tons of people did everything they could for these cases, but those three right there are the real freaking MVPs of this whole thing. So, The Sins of a Mother, that's good. I have seen that as well. Yeah, he tried to get a 5150 and it wasn't happening. Oh.
I'm Rex Connor. I'm Tylee and JJ's great uncle, because I'm Lori Vallow's uncle. I like being associated with Tylee and JJ, as you can imagine, more than with Lori. And sitting through the sentencing, it's the end of a chapter of this. And boy, what a relief. It was hard to stay in there when Lori was going to speak, because we all know what comes out of her mouth when she speaks. And that's just hard to sit through after such an emotional time with the victim impact statements. I'll tell you, I've gone to church all my life, and I counted up once. I've been in over 12,000 hours of church, and I have never heard a sermon better than JJ's dad, Todd Trahan, today in the victim impact statements. That was the best sermon I've ever heard. So whether you're religious or not, I recommend that a few minutes of his impact statement to you. That was beautiful. And so those moments like that are what makes all of this worth it. Makes it worth it to come to this emotionally terrible sentencing. But you get a few moments like that make it worth it, and to see the reason, everyone asks, why do you have to do more trials? She already has life sentences. But see the victim impact statements that all the people that are helped by that has made it worth it. So I was glad to be here to support those people. I love being here for Kay and her family, for Brandon and his family, for my family. Is worth it for that, but tough to go through. Can I answer any questions?
Yeah, it seemed like Lori was once again a bit defiant. So just talk to me about, you were pretty close to her in the gallery.
Well, I've adopted my youngest daughter's philosophy here. My youngest daughter was Lori's nanny, or Tylee and JJ's nanny. And when I asked her about, and following the case, and if she wanted to know more to talk about, I said, Dad, my expectations of Lori are so low. I'm just not putting any energy into it. And so my expectations of Lori today were so low. I was just,
low.
I cringe when she opens her mouth, and we all have to hear it. But my expectations were low, and they were met on a very low level. Yeah, I want to watch them again because I was enjoying them so much. I may have missed them because I was enjoying the last thing he said. I think they were so appropriate for her. And I appreciate the work he did all through the trial, the patience of the man. When he had to put up with all that, I just appreciate it. Well, this is a huge, huge relief. And so we're going to stop talking about it and hopefully stop thinking about it. We're still, we're a family like everyone else, still healing. There are other things going on in our family that are terrible, just like most everyone's family. But at least we can do a little bit more with this. I love seeing my niece Summer here. I wondered why the heck she came, so I had to go over and ask her, because it's not tougher on too many people more than it is on Summer to be here. And I admire her strength of being here, and just love her willingness to be here to heal some. And those are parts of the family we all need to heal inside our family. And so there's going to be a lot more of that going on. Rex, R-E-X, Connor, C-O-N-N-E-R. Yes, I know Alex and I look alike, okay? When he is alive and not part of a ridiculous cult, it was a family joke and kind of fun. But yeah, I'm Alex's uncle also, and I recognize there's a resemblance.
Thanks for your time.
All right, you bet. say one more thing. Doesn't have to be on camera, but we are so grateful to y'all in the media for covering the story, for years covering the story. It's been such an important part of everyone being able to heal from it. First taking them the story initially, and then since you traumatized them with that, sticking with it so they could heal. Thank you all so much. Sincerely.
Yeah. What are you a pressure? Are you actually mad chatter? I'm Teresa. I go on. I'm on What's Precious. I go on. Yeah, because I was that's for you. I said, you know what? We're all living anyway.
Okay, sorry guys. I was on tick duty. Was it just that guy that went up, or was it somebody else? Oh goodness. Let's see. Why is everybody wearing pants there? It must be hot. Yeah, I would think so. 104 in Maricopa County. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's just that guy. Okay. It's so hot and humid. It's 100 degrees where I am. Went to the gym and did yard work. I'm cooked. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's 92 here and very humid. I stepped outside this morning and I was like, ooh, this is gross. No, thank you. Did you get a vial for your ticks? There were no ticks. Thank goodness. They're so bad. They're so bad here right now. But yes, I had to be on tick duty every time Elbow Feet comes home from work. Oh, and you know, JJ's dad talking, saying that maybe it was the worst thing to do to send him there. And I get how he might feel that way, but even though JJ didn't get to be on this earth for very long, I feel like Charles gave him the best of everything he could. And, you know, I'm not going to tell anybody how to grieve for especially their kid, but he did have a good life when Charles was around and took care of him. Just so sad. Ugh, Lori. I hope she doesn't do any more interviews. I hope that no one else asks her. She's had enough interviews. I don't care to hear anything she has to say ever again. They're so bad.
And her hair was like, her hair looked good.
So I'm listening to these women. They're like, damn, her hair looked good. But did you see her smirking the whole time? Ugh.
Hi, I'm Mad Chatter. I'm C. Cheadle. I was just nice to meet you. I was just wondering if I could get a shot of you when you're sitting there. You don't have to. No, you don't have to get up. I just wanted to. No, I just want to get.
Does anybody know about Charles's sons?
Get them when I can. Thank you.
I mean, I don't think, if they weren't ready to be here for this, that's totally their prerogative. I just wondered if they've ever really spoken out before, because I don't recall them doing so. Which, again, respect their boundaries. Not everyone can be in the courtroom with, someone that murdered your parent, probably. On Top X says, I honestly am happy she's gone. I actually feel safer and for the human race. Yeah. Just think if their cult would have grown more than like the whole 10 people that were in it. There'd be a whole, probably unfortunately more people added to this list. To her, what'd she say? Ledger of life sentences. Oh, she's the worst. The worst. Oh, I bet that's Kay. Me too. Oh, it's Brandon. I hope Melanie's charged next too. I don't see why they couldn't charge her at this point. Because I don't think Brandon is safe until something happens with Melanie.
Thank you, I guess. I don't really have a lot to say. I think I shared what I had to say in there. So, but we appreciate all of you guys who've shared our story over the last 6 years. We want everyone to know we're grateful that our justice system worked. So, is there anything you want to add?
My name's Jerry Vallow. I was Charles's brother. Well, I am Charles's brother. And this is over. And it's done. She got what she earned. And she's going to spend the rest of her life in prison. If she ever gets loose in Idaho, she comes here to finish. So the bitch is done and it's over. That's it.
Good job, Jerry.
We're going to eat.
It's a great taco place down there by a couple miles.
I love that. Yes, round of applause. So handsome. Oh, Colby. Colby he's a very good looking young man.
By the way, Lauren, I started watching you when I think it was Idaho
I'm
4.
glad he found someone to live and
I
give
started
peace to.
watching
And
because a friend of
Colby,
mine from LA
his whole
told me
family's pretty
about
much gone.
you
But
and
as far as I
John,
know,
and
the
that's when I started
Woodcocks
watching you
do keep in touch with him and whatnot, which I think is
I'm
very
leaving.
kind of them.
Were you able to get Yeah, I did. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So nice to meet you. My dad always, he's a photographer. He told me always ask for a picture, no matter who it is. Anyway, take care, you guys.
Who else is going to come up and talk? I imagine Kay will. But usually she's right there with her brother, so. I don't know, maybe Kay's gathering herself. Oh, her reading that letter. Oh.
That wasn't share anything about the judge's personal message to you. Yeah. Thank you. And yeah.
Somebody's asking them what their thoughts on the judge were, but I couldn't really hear what they said. Yeah, Kelly P's got a date tonight. Get it, girl. Can't wait to hear about that. Hope you have a fantastic time. The judge, yeah, I think he was great too. Yeah, he did a very good job dealing with her, which is, she wasn't as bad as I thought she was going to be representing herself, but she wasn't great. She wasn't as, I should say, she wasn't as like combative, I think, as and she didn't take the stand, right? All this truth she has, all this truth. Oh, the legal system is unfair. Don't get me wrong. All right. There's stuff that she did say today that I do not disagree with. However, I don't think Lori frickin' Vallow Daybell needs to be the voice and the face of those injustices. Okay. No, girl, sit down. Nobody wants that from you. You're not going to do anybody any favors if you make you're the face of jail and prison reform in Arizona. Like, you're not going to do anyone any favors. She was more mad about her green chili burritos or enchiladas. I had burritos last night and they were good. I don't know what I'm going to do tonight for dinner.
Maybe eat a cookie with you guys.
Oh, she mentioned cookies. Okay, Kay, where are you? Where are you, babes? Kay also usually does, and I imagine there's oh gosh, Phoenix 10, I want to say the news channel is. They do a lot of interviews afterwards on their YouTube channel with the families. They've done one several times. After like Kay's testified, she's went on there and whatnot. So you can always check out, I think it's Phoenix 10. Oh, hey, 80s. Did you bring any snacks? My snacks are in my bedroom. Oh, there's Kay and JJ's dad.
I'm sorry you had to deal with her.
I'm sorry you had to deal with all that.
Yeah, really. That's we are so glad to say
our mission is accomplished after 6.5 years of her hell. We're done. And I never have to see her again, talk to her again. She can never call me, and I won't be calling her. And God bless Charles and JJ and Tylee and Tammy. And I thank Lori for being such a stupid criminal. And Chad. Her and Chad. Stupid criminals.
What do you think of her impact statement today? Before, I mean,
It was the same, like the interview last night. It was just regurgitated from her interviews before. That's all she does. It's just regurgitation. And I'm like, I wasn't going to watch it. And I'm like, it's short. So I did. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I thought she'd say.
What do you think of the judge's statement to her?
I love Judge Boreski.
Kay is the biological grandma
I think
of
great.
JJ.
And, I don't think we could have had a better judge. And he's a better man than a lot of people putting up with her like he did.
And her brother is Charles Vallow.
Had to hurt her earlier, way before he said anything. But anyway, that's why I'm not a judge.
Good luck.
No.
She asked if she'd ever take responsibility.
She will never. And they say never, but I'm saying never. She won't. She will not. And even if she did, what is the truth? Does she even know it? Or she would fabricate it and guess her way. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. That's not anything I think about or talk about or care about. But I really don't have a lot to say, guys. We've got some things to do. But this is my son, Todd Trahan. This is JJ's biological dad. And I'll scoot up a little bit more. And he just wanted to say something real quick.
7 life sentences. It's a number of completion. She got what she wanted. I'm going to see him again one day. Thank y'all.
All right, guys. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Okay, I'm going to go with that's probably the end of the interviews for the day there. I'll bring them down for a second. Oh, yeah, that's them removing the microphones. Yeah, so Kay Woodcock is JJ's grandmother. That's her son there. He was JJ's father. JJ was born with severe autism and became in the care of Kay and Larry Woodcock. So they called Charles, Kay's brother, Lori's ex-husband, that she just got sentenced for today, to see if he would take care of JJ, because JJ had a lot of special needs and they just didn't know if they could give him what he needed. So Charles stepped up, said, yes, absolutely. I will give JJ the best life I can, give him the best everything, because Charles had the means to do so. So JJ was sent to live with him and Lori, and they ended up adopting JJ as their own son. Probably when he was like 2 or 3 or something like that. So, oh wait, hold on. Here's Nate Eaton. Let's see what he has to say.
Check, mic check. Okay, everybody, thanks for sticking with us as we do continuing coverage following Lori Vallow Daybell's sentencing. I want to show you this cookie that Tammy Daybell's cousin just brought up to me. It says, with love and our hearts lifted in sweet remembrance, we honor JJ, Tylee, Tammy, and Charles.
Aww.
Brandon's life is a blessing we cherish, and justice, love, and Judge Boreski having helped to light the way. And there's a beautiful picture of what looks like JJ and Tylee and Charles and Tammy there on the wrapper of the cookie. An emotional hearing today lasted nearly 3 hours with multiple victims saying how these crimes have affected them. JJ Vallow's biological father, Todd, showed up in court, told Lori Vallow Daybell that he forgives her. Kay Woodcock screamed at her at the end of her victim impact statement and said, "I trusted you." Brandon Boudreaux spoke from his heart. His siblings all spoke or had a letter read on their behalf. We also heard from Larry Woodcock, who appeared via Zoom. He wasn't able to be here in person. He had a friend's funeral to go to, but he appeared via Zoom and said, "Lori, look at me when I talk to you." Colby Ryan, Lori's son, also appeared on the phone or via Zoom. We didn't see him. He's been in the hospital with some major health concerns over the past week. And so he was also part of the hearing today. We heard from other family members, from those who have been deeply affected by this. And then Lori Vallow was given a chance to speak. She talked about how the criminal justice system is unfair, that the conditions in the jail where she's at are poor, that it was set up, she did nothing wrong, and if she did, she would acknowledge it.
Right.
The judge then had some pretty strong words for her, told her that it will take an act of God for her to ever walk free. She's spoken a lot about God, a lot about her beliefs. The judge told her it will take an act of God for you to ever walk free, and proceeded to fact check her about some of the stats that she made. At the end, she was sentenced the maximum sentence, which is 25 years to life in prison. She is eligible for parole after 25 years. However, it's kind of a moot point because she is serving life in prison in Idaho. And that sentence, there is no parole. There is no chance of getting out on probation. She will be there for the rest of her life. And then the sentences will run consecutively, meaning one after the other after the other. So Lori Vallow has been sentenced to 7 life sentences for these crimes, and she will now be extradited back to Idaho in the coming days. We don't have a timeline. They aren't going to release that due to security concerns, but she will be on her way back to Idaho, where she will serve the rest of her life. Her sister was here summer today, not necessarily in support of Lori, but she did want to come and see her sister. She did sit behind the defense area, and the courtroom was packed. There was not an empty seat in there. Many members of the public who are still outside the courthouse here wanted to be here to witness this day. And now a saga after 6 years is done. 6 years. Charles Vallow was shot 6 years ago this very month. One comment that stuck out to me, the judge said that he learned during the trial that Charles Vallow shared his birthday. And so he said on his birthday, he will always think about Charles Vallow, that he has never seen a case where the defendant was so calculated and planned so much and put time and effort into executing this type of a crime. And yet here it was today. So Kay Woodcock just addressed the media. So did Todd Trahan, JJ's father, biological father, and a few other family members did. Brandon Boudreaux said a few words. They are all now headed out to lunch together as a big family. We will have Courtroom Insider tonight, 7 o'clock Mountain Time, Idaho time, and I hope you'll tune in. We'll break down everything that happened today. You can go back and watch the whole hearing on our YouTube channel if you missed it. And thank you very much for sticking with us during all of this coverage. Jordan Wood is behind the camera. I'm Nate Eaton, live outside the Maricopa County Courthouse. We'll see you tonight on Courtroom Insider.
Okay, wow, that was awful sound. Did not like that. Did not like that. I'm sure that woke everybody up. Ooh, sorry. Hate when that happens. Okay, you guys. Wow. He ended up back in the hospital again. He's in danger of strokes. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I'm sending him all of our thoughts, that's for sure. Okay, kiddos. Well, you know what? That kind of wraps us up for today. As I said, I'll be back probably Monday. Hopefully we can have a show and they fix my bathroom. I don't know. I'm not putting my life on hold anymore for them to come fix my bathroom floor. So we'll see. We'll make some sort of post so you guys know what our schedule is for next week. But I want to thank you all for being here with me today. To our new subs, so happy to have you here, and to the new members, because Kelly P gifted some memberships, which we really appreciate as well. So glad we have been through this Lori journey together and we don't have to do it anymore. But until next time, you guys, go forth and be amazing. I'll see you guys later. Bye.